listening through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, hello, good morning. Hello, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2 and YouTube. Good morning to everybody. Hope you're having a good day. All right, I'll just jump right into it. No reason to mess around today more. We're going to jump right in.
Okay.
I'm going to do something I don't want to do. All right, I'll do something that I don't usually like to do. I try not to vacillate a lot. I try not to allow myself to get caught up in the day-to-day. It's hard because baseball's emotional, and you watch one thing, and it makes you feel one way, and then you watch another thing, and it makes you feel another way, and the team plays up, and it plays down, and you feel up, and then you feel down. That is the nature of an 162-game season, in which most teams, play a variety of different ways over the course of that season, sometimes over the course of a week, sometimes over the course of a game. It's the nature of baseball, and we all know that, so I don't think I'm breaking any news there. Yesterday, I came in, and I was feeling pretty positive, even though they lost. And a lot of you are like, shut up, Salk, you dingbat. They lost. Don't try to blow smoke when they lose. And I said, yeah, all right, I get where you're coming from, but I like the at-bats. I like the way they pressured the Reds. I like the fact that they felt threatening. And today, I feel like that all just crawled right back into a hole and went away. All of that threat, all of the way that I felt yesterday, it kind of deteriorated. And unfortunately, it's this same problem they've had all year of like 1 on, 1 off, 2 on, 2 off, 1 on, 3 off, that type of thing, where they just seem completely incapable of getting themselves going, right? We were talking about that Cole Young thing. We're like, oh, maybe that home run is the spark. No, not a spark. Just sort of unfortunately evaporates a couple days later after you lose 2 straight games, lose a series to this team, this Reds team that is not all that good, certainly shouldn't be better than you in your home building given the stakes that you've got right now. But now all of a sudden the Cole Young 3-run home run last Saturday is feeling more like an aberration on the homestand as opposed to the defining moment of it. Because without it, you're 2-4 and lose both of these 2 series. So it does hit on a lot of the challenges that baseball has. One is faith and one is embarrassment. It's hard to have faith, but it's baseball. Sometimes you have to have faith in things not seen. You have to believe that a player who's done it in the past will do it again, even though you're not currently watching them do that. And it was good to see Naylor have 5 hits in the last 2 games. That is an encouraging sign. It was nice to see the Julio home run, and he ripped a double yesterday. Encouraging sign. Cal home run, and then another RBI single yesterday. Encouraging sign as you wait for those 3 guys to take off. But you got to have faith that they're going to be the players they're supposed to be, and you've got to avoid, if you can, feeling too embarrassed when you feel like, all right, I jumped in again. I believed. Oh, man, I got burned for it. They just came right back and showed me that they didn't deserve my faith. So those 2 things are linked. If you are anything like me, the most mad you get is when you feel embarrassed. Nobody likes that feeling. There's nothing worse than that feeling of embarrassment. It brings up shame. You hate it. I hate it. Everybody hates it. I've hated it since I was a little kid. I'm barely doing better with that now at 48 than I was when I was 8. Like I'm just barely, just a little bit better at handling embarrassment now than I was when I was 8 freaking years old. And I was helping Cecily with it yesterday. Of course, nobody likes to feel embarrassed. And when you feel like you've gone out on a limb and supported the team and believed and maybe even said, you're like, oh my God, they just embarrassed me again. You feel it personally, which is probably one of the reasons we get so many
Late Night Mariners texts.
All right, and they're not really, well, some of them are late night. Some of these are during the day, just due to the day baseball yesterday. But yeah, some of them are late night that came in super late, like this one. I'm not even mad at the Mariners anymore. I'm mad at myself for staying in this relationship. Yeah, that's the embarrassment I'm talking about. You feel embarrassed. Man, I want this team to win so badly, and I want to believe in them, but they just don't seem to want it themselves. How can Dan get them to believe in themselves again? Well, I don't know if I think they don't want it. That doesn't sound right. But how could Dan get them to believe in themselves again? I think that's an important question. Baseball does have a lot of confidence, and I thought they were starting to feel that. I think that's why the last two losses were so frustrating. It felt like that confidence was starting to turn around. And instead, you drop 2 games at home to a mediocre Reds team before heading out. And honestly, you probably should have dropped 2 out of 3 to San Francisco. And then you get to, now got to go out on the road and play 4 against the Rangers, who are currently leading your division. Then you go see the Dodgers. Then come home for the Twins and Tigers, 2 teams that right now are, kind of battling with you in the wild card. These are the games to win. These are the teams to put away. These are the series you got to win at home. Salk, I can't wait to hear you say how well the team played today. Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm not doing that. They're a clown show, and Wilson's the lead act. No, they're not. But they are really frustrating. You know what an actual clown show looks like. This isn't that. They're a 500 team that right now is a half game out of first place. They should be a lot better than that. Not a clown show, but man, are they ever frustrating, and I get what leads you to say that.
I think it's just, I try to think back to like a full series where it felt like the offense was clicking, and there's maybe 1 or 2 all year.
You got to go back to like the Braves and
if you try to
Cardinals.
think of back-to-back series where the offense was just, that's what's so frustrating.
It's an inconsistency. It's an inconsistency that's been so frustrating. And it's funny because while some of them are old wounds exposed, not all of them are. A lot of these things are new. And it's funny to hear some of the old tropes come up, especially when they're really untrue. Like I got one, the fire Dan Wilson, fire the hitting coach, fire all the pathetic, washed-up, backup players they keep bringing in, you cheap. Well, I'm not going to say that word. Just typical Mariners wasting all the good pitching performances. Is that what you're watching? I got to tell you, that's not what I'm watching. Like, I'm frustrated. I think that there are issues, and they got to figure out a way to deal with them. I don't feel like I'm watching cheap players coming in and playing cheap, bad baseball. I don't see old, washed-up guys driving. Like, I see Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez, and Josh Naylor. Well, I spent a lot of money on Naylor in the offseason. They've spent a lot of money on Cal and Julio. They're not living up to their billing right now. They're not living up to the money. I see young players. Cole Young is obviously delivering. Canzone is delivering. No problems with those two. Is Colt Emerson right now? No, and we're going to have a conversation about that. That poor guy's lost at the plate. Well, that's not an overpaid, that's a young top prospect in baseball who they've got coming up to help with the athleticism. So that's not to say that there aren't guys that are older that you wish were playing better, but I don't see that as the problem with this team. This isn't a cheapness problem. This isn't a retread problem. Your top guys aren't playing well. And I do believe in this one, another wasted homestand. 3-3 against lousy teams. That part's true. And it was very close to being 2-4. Probably should have been. Giants helped you out with one. Then it says, I have no confidence as we head to Texas. But then again, it doesn't matter if I have any confidence, only if the team does. True. It's true. Our confidence means nothing to anyone other than us. But I get where you're coming from. I feel it. I understand how that must be. Frustrating. The inconsistency is frustrating because it gives you, it doesn't allow commitment. It doesn't allow you to commit one way or another. It doesn't allow you to say, all right, I can handle the frustrating losses because deep down, I know the team is good because they're winning 60% of their games. Okay. Yeah, that one stunk, but all right, you're going to win some and lose some. But at least I know that the record and the facts and everything else shows how good they are. But it also doesn't let you kill them, be like, all right, this is just broken. Because it's not broken entirely, right? I mean, you still know what they look like when they rip off 3 straight earlier in the week. Oh, man. Yeah, I know. It is tough. It is really, really tough. Salk, have you noticed 2 times Gino's been on this team? It's been a winning team in culture. Good vibes only is a legit thing. This team has a terrible vibe on and off the field. Their vibe is not what it was. But also, you're revising your memory on what it was like to have Gino here. Because it was the Gino team, if I remember correctly, in 2023, he was on that team, that Larry Stone wrote was the most, what was it, unlikable Mariner team in history? I get it. That was the year after they went to the playoffs, right? Like, okay. That was pretty frustrating, right? Next year they fired Scott. Gino was on that team too. So, yeah, all right. I get that there's some, and I think he was on that team. Maybe it was the first year he was gone. But you get my point. He was still here for some of those teams that were disappointing. As much as I love Gino, he's not a magic salve. He's a good player, it's streaky player. Gino would be the perfect player for this team because some days he looks like the best hitter in the world, and the next day he looks completely lost, like he shouldn't even be in the major leagues. Remember, he was almost cut in Arizona and handed back to the Mariners before all of a sudden he went on the world's greatest tear and was the best power hitter in baseball again. Yeah, I'm frustrated.
Like they could really use Brendan Donovan.
Yeah.
But I also feel like it's a lot of pressure on him in his return.
Yeah, you're right. Like, yes, they could use him, but it's like, are they one player away the way they're playing right now? No. So I don't know what the answer is. We're going to discuss it at 7 o'clock. They need to wake up. The best players on this team, they need to wake up as a team. Put it together. I'm frustrated too. I'm a little embarrassed. I'm having difficulty with the faith element of this game this morning. It's just where I'm at. Maybe you are too. Let's come right back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Bumpin' Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Safety Nick Manwari on PUP to begin training camp. One thing I want to say about preseason PUP is it is not the PUP list to miss time during the season.
It could be something real simple. And they're like, all right, he's already in good shape. He's been to all of our stuff. It's not like he's going to get lots of reps during preseason games. I'm hoping it's just being really, really cautious when it comes to Nick Manwari.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
A perfect game by a Seattle Mariner. It was done by the King.
50 seasons, 50 legends, one unforgettable night. Join the Mariners Saturday, August 8th for 50 season celebration night at T-Mobile Park, presented by Daktronics.
The Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
Before the team takes on the Rays, arrive early for the most epic pregame ceremony in Mariners history. You'll witness the biggest gathering of franchise icons ever assembled as the 50 greatest Mariners from across all 5 decades are revealed. From Griffey to the big unit, from Ichiro to Nelson Cruz, and every legend in between, you don't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime event.
Junior with a 2-run home run. Everybody is going bonkers here in the Kingdom.
Seats are going fast. Get yours at mariners.com/tickets.
Smalls here. If you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds can turn into sinus infections that last weeks, ruining your perfect vacation getaway. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and a pharmacy, it's stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy at home. It includes prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of illnesses. So if you wake up sick, at home, or on the road, you have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, and no pharmacy lines. Also, no copays. Match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor. Start meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs a medical emergency kit, so order yours online in minutes. It's shipped right to your door. Save $45 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options, the Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, that's not the way to finish a homestand. After setting themselves up for second series win, the Mariners did what they've done all year, show off that inconsistency, right? Yesterday, a 5-3 loss to the Reds, kind of a back-and-forth game, down 2-1, up 3-2, thanks to Luke Raley, but then Edward Bizzardo giving it up late.
Bizzardo ready. Deals. Swung on, cracked right field, hit well. Danzone back, warning track wall looking up. It is gone. Just over the right field wall. 3-run home run. All-star Sal Stewart. And the Reds take the lead. It's 5-3.
Yeah, they weren't able to come back from that. Unfortunately, Dan understands this just wasn't the way this is supposed to go.
Yeah, tough afternoon today. I thought Emerson, gave us everything he had today. Another quality start from the staff, and wasn't sure, if he was going to be able to get through that sixth inning with where his pitch count was, but ran out there and was incredibly efficient. Continued to attack. Got through that sixth inning and set up the bullpen, and I thought he just, again, made pitches when he had to. They were able to scratch a couple runs against him, the home run and the infield hit. But outside of that, I thought he continued to do what he has done all season long, and that was attack the zone, get ahead.
Yeah, unfortunately, not quite enough. And again, the offense, a big part of that disappointment, as I said. Nice to see Josh Naylor with 2 more hits. That's 5 in 2 games. Nice to see Julio smoke a double. Nice to see Cal drive in a run, but got to find a way to put it all together. You're 51 now and 52. Half game back in the division. Off day today. And then a tough stretch for the trade deadline. 4 in Texas. Division lead at stake. Off to L.A. to see the Dodgers. And then home for the Twins and Tigers. So team could look very different by the end of that stretch.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
A couple days after Nick Eamon-Wari was placed on the preseason PUP list, we got a little bit more info. Brady Henderson reporting yesterday that the star safety had a cleanup procedure on his ankle after injuring it twice last season. To quote Brady, according to a source, the Seahawks knew that Eamon-Wari might eventually require surgery. He tried to manage his ankle over the offseason. But as he was ramping up for the start of training camp, he continued to experience soreness and opted to have an arthroscopic procedure that was performed earlier this month. Yeah, scoping it a whole lot less in terms of the recovery time than a more significant or invasive surgery. So now we know how important is Nick Eamon-Wari. Daniel Jeremiah.
Yeah, I mean, selfishly, not even just from what you've seen, I would say selfishly for where it can go from here. Now having, this baseline knowledge that he has and how much they could expand it and what they could do with him. That's what I'm, excited to see where it goes. And I've mentioned this with you guys before, but seeing Derwin James' evolution and how they've been able to learn more about him and how to use him in different ways. And some instances maybe realizing, okay, maybe pull back a little bit from this area, but they're still in as great as he's been, they're still in the discovery phase of all the different things this guy can do.
Pretty impressive and absolutely true. He just has a chance to be such a monster for the team this year. You'll hear more from DJ coming up here in about 10 minutes.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And oh, by the way, the whole squad reports tomorrow. That's right. This off-season ends. Training camp begins. More excitement for this team than any since 2014, 12 years. Has to be, right? And they're as good as it's going to get, coming off a Super Bowl with an opportunity to continue to get better. That's nice to learn more and more about them, and obviously they've got the Rams as a big opponent in their division. Cooper Kupp, familiar with both sides of this, but likes playing here for Mike.
In LA, if the offense had a bad day, the entire day was awful. Like, there was nothing good that happened. If the offense was bad, it's like, no, this is awful. Sean's in a terrible mood. He's ripping everyone. There's days in training camp where I thought, oh boy, we just had a tough one offensively. And Mike brings it up, he's like, hey guys, this is how we practice. This is how we practice here. That needs to be the model every time. You're like, oh yeah, there's like this thing. The offensive coaches, defensive coaches, just seeing their side of the ball. So that part was nice because you're like, okay, there's a little bit of you get to be your own, you really are your own critic on a lot of this stuff, and you're really challenging yourself as an offense.
I would be interested to know. I mean, we've talked to Mike. We know how he can be when the defense isn't playing well. If the defensive players would say the same thing. I think they would. He seems to be a little bit more even-keeled on that, but yeah, I'd be curious to know. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, as I said, yeah, we'll get back to the Mariners, and I have 2 words for them at 7 o'clock. It might be 2 different words than you've got, but I've got 2 words for them. They're both 1 syllable, too, so I don't know. Maybe they're the same 2 1-syllable words that you might have at 7 o'clock, but I've got my own. Big Ray's going to be with us today at 8:30. That's kind of fun. We haven't talked to Ray in a while. And, yeah, we got a bunch of other fun stuff today. So don't go anywhere. Stick around. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Safety Nick Eamon-Wari on PUP to begin training camp. One thing I want to say about preseason PUP is it is not the PUP list to miss time during the season.
It could be something real simple. And they're like, all right, he's already in good shape. He's been to all of our stuff. It's not like he's going to get lots of reps during the preseason games. I'm hoping it's just being really, really cautious when it comes to Nick Eamon-Wari.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts today at Underwater Sports in North Seattle.
Clearance prices on masts, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting, and incredible savings on a custom fit dry suit. Big savings on advanced scuba classes. Underwater Sports 50th Annual Divers Fair starts today at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store, 107th and Aurora Avenue North. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
Rev up for the biggest weekend of the summer. LeMay, America's Car Museum, presents Super Summer Weekend, and it's mostly free. Tons of events highlighted by this Friday night. Disney and Pixar's Cars Under the Stars drive-in movie. Then Saturday, Carson Coffee Show with Family Steam Day, featuring Super Highway 71's incredible custom-built car tracks, live demos, and hands-on fun for all ages. Don't miss it. One epic weekend. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
It's summertime and the living is easy. If you're like me, you're spending nights on the patio listening to the game and enjoying what makes our area so beautiful. Dave Wyman here, and I have just the offer for you to get the most out of your outdoor living space. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off the final project. I've loved working with Harley Exteriors. They're a local company right here in Bothell, down-to-earth people who enjoy the same things we all do, rooting on our local teams and doing the best job we possibly can day in and day out. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home space and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires July 31st, 2026.
Go to HarleyExteriors.com.
Kenny here to help you ignite your taste buds with Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shots. Juicy cherry, citrus lime, and blue raspberry. It's that iconic freezer pop flavor, but with none of the guilty sugar aftermath. The perfect summer kick. It's a delicious, portable, zero-sugar energy shot bursting with flavor. Bring on summer with Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper, so knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're acquired, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Listen every day to the Bump and Stacy Show for headline rewrites. Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services. Security systems and fire alarms for every business. Bay Alarm. We got you.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
That refresh you've been putting off until the right deal came along? It's here! Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale is happening now, so you can finally get the style you've been waiting for less. Get up to 80% off area rugs and up to 60% off outdoor and bedroom furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, there's a lot of reasons to have Daniel Jeremiah on. In fact, Brock, we do it every week during the football season. We like to talk to DJ about the draft. We like to talk to him about the Seahawks. We like to talk to him about, getting some grades on players and who's playing well and who's not and what he sees on film, and even better if he's able to call players by their number instead of by their name. I mean, that's when the
I can
real
talk to him
scouting
about
work has gotten
Cankles.
done.
I can talk to him about power sources. Right, all of those things that one of the few that I can really speak that language with.
But we're not doing that today.
We're not?
That's not, we will, but that's not our reason for calling our friend Daniel Jeremiah, who joins us now. Good morning, DJ. How are you?
My headset's not working because we're out of practice.
So it's your fault? Oh, thank God. It's a DJ problem. Yeah. I assumed it was us because we've had some issues. All right, well then I'll skip the whole theatrics and the way I set it all up. I won't do it again.
You're not getting Mason Miller.
Why not?
I leave now?
Why not? That's the only reason we want to talk to you.
Yes, we are.
What does it cost to get Mason Miller?
You have the pitching. I mean, it would be, you got those two top pitching prospects, so I'm assuming it would be one of those guys and something else.
No, George Kirby. Is a start with a George Kirby?
Well, how much control does he have left?
2 years.
He'd probably want more control. But I don't think they're going to move him. I think they're going to end up trading Morahone, which would be a good addition too. I think he's the second best reliever that's available. He throws 100 from the left side. Like he's
awesome.
Nasty.
He's really nasty. Now he doesn't have any control. It's just this year, and then he's a free agent.
It's a rental. But that would be for a starter. That I could see them, moving him for somebody they could get some innings out of. They're an interesting spot because in AJ's DNA, and I know him pretty well over the years, like he was obviously super aggressive and wants to buy. And I think there's probably a realization of, I don't think we're very good, but neither are any of these other teams in the NL wildcard race. I mean, they're 2 out. And now they've got, over the last, I think like the last month or so, like Tatis, Merrill, and Machado have really started to get going. So it's like if we get Pivetta back, you get Musgrove back. Like if you could flip Morahone and get another starter, you have Michael King. Like, I don't know. The whole league seems so watered down. I mean, I guess it's like the Dodgers and the Phillies and maybe the Rays.
And that's the good league. Like the National League's the good league. Yeah, the Brewers are good. The Braves are pretty good. I mean, like there's some good teams in the National League. You watch the Marlins; they're pretty good, at least from what we saw.
The Marlins are 2-8 in their last 10 games. So let's keep up. Come on.
Good teams go 2-8. Phillies did that. I mean, like, it happens.
We got to finish up with the Braves. Then we go to the Marlins. We'll take 2 out of 3 there, and then we'll be in buy mode. That's the way it works.
All right.
DJ, don't dash our dreams.
Yeah.
Okay. We have Jeff passing on all baseball season.
Dude, it is your off season. Look at this, man. You got a beard going. Like you are in off season mode. Look at you.
I don't know. I've been running so much. Like the football season needs to hurry up and get here. I'm going to start running.
You're disheveled.
Well, that's tough. I mean, I took a shower. That's fair.
You're not doing your podcast anymore. Like, what's going on with you?
What do you mean?
Okay?
What do you mean you've been running? Like busy running? Just family,
5-6 miles a day because I'm just like, what do I do? I don't even know what to do.
Yeah, you're getting thin. Maybe too thin.
Yeah.
Are you eating enough? Are you eating enough?
Disheveled and too thin. Now, Salk's got everybody thinking I got a drug problem now. This is great.
Well, if you think that Mason Miller is going to go for one of those young pitching prospects, maybe you do. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in the Jeremiah household down there.
I think. By the way, I don't think they traded, but I would say the Yankees would offer the moon for him.
The Mariners have a lot more starting pitching, though, that they could offer. I don't know. We'll see. All right,
I know, but it would hurt. I think in order for them to move him, it would have to hurt a little bit.
Speaking of...
like 4 years of control or something like that. It's crazy.
Speaking of drug use. Hold on. Oh, yeah, fine.
It's unbelievable. Look, you guys know, we've had Padres season tickets since the 90s, and I've seen, like, the Padres, for whatever, limitations they've had over their history, like, it's been Trevor Hoffman, it's been... Heath Bell had his run where he was. They've had good closers. They've always had good closers. Going back to Craig Lefferts when I was a kid.
Wow.
But when he moved to the bullpen. But this guy's he's unhittable. He's unhittable. You go into the ninth inning. It's not a question of whether you're going to win or lose. It's whether he's going to strike out 2 or 3. That's the
he is that good. Pretty cool. All right. Well, speaking of drug use, because it might be the only explanation. You did a show for how long with Bucky Brooks? How long was that show?
Over 10 years.
Over
1,000 episodes.
Years. 1,000 episodes. And congratulations. A great run.
No, thanks.
Do you know that he picked the Seahawks to go 7-10?
So I mentioned I was bored. So I did come across that, and I did watch that entire interview. And you know what concerned me about it. And it's not that, like, the take is the take and the reaction is the reaction. This is what concerned me. Is that I always finish my conversations with you guys, and I feel like I leave on a high note, and you guys kiss me off, and it's nice, and then I go on about my day thinking that we're all buddies. And then you guys, the interview ends like, "Hey, Bucky, we appreciate you coming on here and sharing your opinion. A really, really great conversation. All right, have a great day." Click. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That's got to be stupid. And I'm like, I'm sitting here going, what are these guys saying about me the second that our interview's
Well, you got to understand, we're in a tough spot because it was a bad take, and it's a very unpopular take here, as you might imagine. But we weren't trying to be jerks to Bucky. He's a great guy and a nice guy. Like, we didn't want to, like, kill him and bring him on here and just, like, destroy him. But
I
also,
had a friend of mine.
he didn't back it up very well either.
I had a friend of mine. This is what classic story my wife likes to tell, but there was a friend of mine who had said something very rude to me. Like, I was very young in my career, and I was not making any money in scouting, and I got a modest raise. And he poked some fun at me when I told him about my raise. And it really hurt my feelings. I was telling my wife about it. And I said, I would never, ever do that to him. She's like, you talk crap about him all the time. I go, yeah, behind his back. Like, that's not the same.
7-10?
They're not going to go 7-10.
Yeah.
I think I'm not just pandering here, but I've consumed a lot of stuff over the last couple months. And to be honest with you, that might be the only Seahawks take that I've heard. Like, forget good or bad. Like, they might be the least discussed
Super Bowl winner,
Super Bowl champion in history. And it's not like this was a roster of, like, John Elway riding off into the sunset, and you're like, okay, well, now where do they go? Like, they have an aging roster, and they got one last ride. Like, this should be the beginning of their run. So that's been kind of bizarre to me. I don't know if that's just Pacific Northwest thing or being in the same division with the Rams, who've made these splashy moves, but you tell me, has there been a least discussed Super Bowl winner than this one? I can't think of one.
Mm-mm. And some of that, let's face it, some of that is Mike McDonald's genius. I think when he was like, well, we're not trying to run it back, we're running it forward. It was like, oh, okay, so you're already spinning it. Like, there's no look back. It's, it's funny, Daniel, there's this book by Michael Gervais called The First Rule of Mastery, Stop Worrying About What People Think of You. Michael Gervais worked with Pete Carroll and the Legion of Boom. Like, he was in the building like he is now. But that whole crew was all about everybody else in the exterior motivation. This team is just not. And I think it starts and it kind of ends with Mike in that way. And I don't know. You tell me, what are you looking forward to with Hard Knocks? Do you think that this is going to finally start the engines?
If maybe it's I just know him a little bit better, but, like, John is the one with the personality. Like, if you think about, if you have a Super Bowl team and who's getting it, like, who's going to garner attention? Well, Sam's quiet and reserved. JSN for a star receiver is not anything like the typical star receiver. Your best defensive players, like Leonard Williams, is not a limelight seeker. Your head coach is very, understated in terms of not putting himself out there, other than maybe doing an interview at a golf tournament where it's like he's really saying anything. So I mean, I think maybe that's why they haven't got as much attention. They don't have guys that are running out there, seeking attention. But John, to me, will be the star of Hard Knocks.
They're also drama free. I mean, like they don't have any real drama. Nobody's holding out. They don't have 12 injuries. Like they're not a big drama team. And I think Leonard Williams could end up being a Hard Knock star if they wanted him to be. He is a tremendous player, and he's like one of the world's most interesting humans. You're right. He's not a limelight seeker, but he is a smart, interesting, like he goes spear fishing. Like he thinks about the world and does a lot of different things. And if they travel with him, which I hope they do, I think they'll probably get something out of him. Did you see... we like the Jeremy Fowler list that he puts together every year, talking to executives and coaches and scouts and stuff on the best at each position. Leonard Williams, number 1 interior defensive lineman. You think that's accurate?
No, he's been listening to our segments every week. Yeah, where we go through it. And you remember because Brock always texts me the day before or the morning of and be like, what'd you think of this? He'll pull out some rando that had 2 special teams tackles. Like, can't wait. I'm like, Brock, Leonard Williams is the best player on the field every week. He's the best player on the field.
No, you don't say by name. Don't you call him 99? Oh, 99.
Yeah, 99.
I've watched tape. It's 99. 99 doing everything out there.
99 this.
99 shedding
that.
Blocks. Is he the can he repeat? Can he be the best defensive lineman in football again this year?
He's in his prime. Yeah. And they didn't suffer a lot of losses. Like I know Boye Mafe, I'm trying to think of anything else they would have lost up front. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't.
No, just Boye.
Up front, it was just Boye. They add in Dante Fowler, and they're gonna have Riley Mills. Hopefully, a whole lot more this year. You got to see a little of him at the end of last season. No, they're not. They're not really. The front looks the same.
Yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere, and he takes tremendous care of his body. So he's And the other thing is I think I don't know if we talked since then, it's been a minute, but I was talking to a D-line coach and we're talking after the Myles Garrett trade, which is going to make it fun to watch those games without question. But he was like, the key is not that alpha, unit for the Rams versus the Seahawks. It's the Bravo unit. Like you could say it's close with their starters, but the Seahawks backups are still so much better than the Rams. So it's that, and that's not just over the course of a long season. That's in the course of games where you're getting fastball rushes from all your guys because you can roll them all through. Whereas his whole point was you watch, like if you sort explosives against the Rams at the end of the year, now who knows if there's going to be many, but when you sort them, he said, I bet you find a high percentage of them are the ones where Myles Garrett's off the field. He's not going to play every snap. So if you've got 2 or 3 shot plays in your game plan, you're going to wait until he goes off the field, dial him up.
Mm-hmm. Are we running outdoors or on the treadmill? 5-6 miles
treadmill
away?
Guy. It's easier on the knees.
You're a treadmill guy. Interesting.
Yeah,
have you tried to crank it up to 16 and run for 3 minutes and 43 seconds?
No, I'm a steady state cardio guy. So I like to get my heart rate and just park it in zone 2 and 3. And then I go for 45 minutes on there.
Wow.
Interesting. Hey, put your GM hat back on, or, scouting hat back in the day when you were in the building and working with GMs. Because you find yourself in a situation, one of the storylines that will come here and already is, and everyone's asking about it. I think we even asked you around the draft about Devin Witherspoon's contract. Yeah. Go back in the buildings you were in when an agent had multiple clients at the same position, which is what's going on with Christian Gonzalez and Devin Witherspoon. Yeah. Walk me through how that is typically gone in the past.
Usually the agent has an idea of which one he thinks he can get the most out of, and they're going to bat second. So that's usually controlled by the agent of the order of which those come off the board. So I would imagine, and Witherspoon's my red star coming out, like one of my favorite players in the entire league. I would imagine he gets done first, and then Gonzalez will get done.
Were they same draft? They were same draft class, correct?
Yeah.
And so Spoon goes 5th in that draft. Gonzo goes a little later. Where was he? Teens, late teens?
Yeah, it was a few picks before JSN.
He had no business going as late as he did.
Okay, but does that also then play a role for Christian Gonzalez to say, listen, that dude got more for me then. I want to be made a hold now, and I play outside. and I'm a lockdown guy and lockdown JSN and the Super Bowl, blah, blah, blah. Like, is there some of that? Is that what's possibly holding this up?
Yeah, and I also just think the size. I mean, not that it's had any impact on Witherspoon's, production and what he's done and how great he is as a player. But I just think if you're thinking from a prototypical and think longevity with size and those things, that Gonzalez is going to fetch a little bit more. So,
so you think Spoon gets done first, and then
I think Spoon gets done first, and I think Gonzalez piggybacks off that and gets a little bit more. Interesting, I guess.
Nicky Manwari is going to miss a little bit of time here in camp. It doesn't sound like it's that serious, but Brock, it kind of led to this conversation yesterday of like, who's the most, we've had this before, who are the most irreplaceable players on the team? Not who the best are, but who can you just not replace? And Sam's got to be up there, and JSN's probably 1 or 2.
99's up there.
Leonard Williams going to be right there. But after that, I might have him number 4. Like what he does to make this defense go good to great feels so hard to replace. How important is Nicky Manwari to this season?
Yeah, I mean, selfishly, not even just from what you've seen, I would say selfishly for where it can go from here. Not having, this baseline knowledge that he has and how much they could expand it and what they could do with him. That's what I'm, excited to see where it goes. And I've mentioned this with you guys before, but seeing Derwin James' evolution and how they've been able to learn more about him and how to use him in different ways. And some instances, maybe realizing, okay, maybe pull back a little bit from this area, but they're still in as great as he's been, they're still in the discovery phase of all the different things this guy can do. So, and hopefully he's ready to go once you get to the games, but he's definitely a massive component of that defense in my opinion, in the growth of even where it goes from last year to the next year. And I would argue though the left tackle would probably be pretty high up on that list of guys you would not want to.
The only reason I don't have it there is because they did it. They lost the left tackle last year for a handful of games, and those guys stepped up, and Josh Jones was good enough, and Amari Kite was good enough. Like I normally would be right there with you, except that we saw it and I was like, it doesn't look that much different. It was amazing.
Yeah, I would say if you get a healthy Bosa this year and you get Myles Garrett in the division, that position takes on a little more importance.
Come August 4th, first episode of Hard Knocks comes out. You think you'll learn anything new with these Seahawks? I mean, you talk to us every week. I think you probably, because of that, you obviously watch tape. You're awesome. You're informed. You know these guys fairly well. There's been great continuity. Come August 4th, is there anything you're looking forward to trying to learn or see from Hard Knocks?
I want to see the rookies, and that's, just because coming off the draft and spending so much time watching those guys. Like, I was a big Bud Clark fan, going through the process. Like, I could definitely see one of the little angles of that, of like, Bud Clark's, picked off a pass in 4 straight practices, like, where how excited everybody could be about him. So that's fun. Julian Neal will be fun to see what he looks like out there. So, to me, it's the new guys, the new pieces, and what those look like and how they integrate and how much, playing time they can earn on a team.
What about ownership? I asked Rich Eisen about this. Yeah. Rich popped on with us yesterday. Asked him a very uncomfortable ankle question to start it. He didn't like that. He didn't jump aboard the whole scouting thing. And he kind of poo-pooed, downplayed, maybe rightfully so, ownership change for this year. Like, you're not even going to see it, hear it, feel it. But you've been in different buildings with different owners. You're with one there that's kind of a tenant in someone's building. What do you think ownership, and how does ownership and new ownership affect this team, short and long term?
I mean, I would think you don't get, well, look, I shouldn't say that. There are some dumb owners. So, but the assumption is that you're successful in life by, having some intelligence, and you would see how good of a thing they've got going there, that we're going to be a little bit more, let's come in and observe and learn, and let's not come in here, and try and rock the boat. I would guess the vast majority of people that have amassed that type of wealth would have enough awareness to do that. So I would think it won't be an issue, and they'll come in there and kind of feel it out. And I mean, they're literally at the very top of the mountain. I don't know that, you need to do anything other than don't screw it up. But, back to the Hard Knocks thing real quick. The thing I'm going to learn first and foremost is who's my real friend is going to give me a login so I can actually watch it. So that's
you don't have HBO Max?
Come on.
What?
We cut subscriptions around here, man. We tightened the belt.
But that's if I had to keep that's the one I keep.
Rocket Money. I didn't realize I spent like $9,000 on subscriptions, so we cut her down. I got to run on the I run on the Peloton, just the little black screen. I don't even get the instructor anymore.
I would kill every other subscription I have before I killed HBO Max. It's one of one. That's shocking. Yeah. That's shocking information we've learned today. All right, help me out. I'm going to go over to training camp practice this weekend. I'm trying to figure out what to look for to help me figure out whether the Seahawks have a good offensive coordinator in Fleury. What signs should I look for, both at practice and eventually into preseason games, to determine what they've got in Fleury?
I don't think you're going to determine anything I just don't. I think it's just different. When you get into live action and calling plays and making adjustments in game, that's when you're going to learn. And you're going to see vanilla ice cream in preseason, so that's not going to help you at all. And I've just seen too many times. There's been too many teams that I've been with and camps that I've been at where I've left training camp thinking this offense or this defense is one thing, and then you get into the games, you're like, oh, actually, nope, that was not real. That was who they were playing against in practice, and for whatever reason, they got the better or the worst of it. But when they got into games playing against other teams, it was different. So I don't know. I've always said preseason's a liar, and in some instances, I think you could even add training camp into that. I mean, I can't tell you the times I've left training camp thinking you're going to be 13-3, and then you win 8 games. And I've been on a 13-3 team where you don't know what you're going to be, and all of a sudden you're like, we might not ever lose a game. So I just don't think you learn anything till you get to the real games.
Yeah. Your situation down there, though, that's going to be kind of fun. Mike McDaniel and John Harbaugh.
I think even framing it, I would frame it, and this is from talking to people there, is it's Mike McDaniel versus Derwin James, like every day at practice. Like that's and chirping. Derwin he's fun. He's not he's not a jerk about it, but he loves to talk. And I guess that every single day they've been
getting after it. Oh, that sounds kind of fun.
That's kind of fun. Looking forward to that. I ran into Tony Jefferson. He's a San Diego guy who plays safety for the Chargers and is a huge Padre fan. So we both were walking out in about the 5th inning when the Dodgers had scored their 10th run and ran into each other on the exit. And I asked him how it was going, and he just said, "It's been great because it just challenged our communication so much because it was a little more of a static offense in the past, and now there's so much motion and shifting and everything with Mike McDaniel that it's really been good for their communication on the backside." A
lot of talk here on our text machine, wondering if we need to start a GoFundMe for your streaming subscriptions, or have things gotten that bad in the Jeremiah household that you can't afford a couple streaming subscriptions? Do we need help out?
So here's the thing. I could, or I could use like Chat GPT or some AI service try and guess your password. I'm guessing it might be 7 and 9 BS take ! That's
pretty good. I would love for somebody to try to guess my password. It would be very hard to do, but they have a theme. I could tell you that. That's about all I would tell you.
Can we not bring up like GoFundMe's in the scouting community? So like we don't need to be doing that right now.
No?
Right? No. I want to talk more about this beard. Yeah. Are we going to is this are we going with this look or?
No. That was a decision I had to make. It was either a second cup of coffee before going on with you guys or shape.
I wondered if it was because you were worried you were going to be part of the ESPN layoffs. You wanted to kind of prepare yourself for the right look. If that was the case.
It's terrible.
It is awful. Dude, it's so bad. Yeah. And we talked yesterday to Jeff Passan was on with us, and we were talking about Carl Ravitch, who's just a legend. But, Pelissero is phenomenal at this. I was blown away and really bummed out by the Pelissero news.
Yeah, and look, Charles Davis is someone who's I'm very close with.
Yeah.
And Charles, the good thing about CD is he's still the number one guy on CBS, college football. So you see he's going to be on our TV every Saturday. And he's just a hustler and has a million different side gigs, and fortunate to work with him on the draft and the combine every year. So that one was a tough one. But it's just, you know what, it's just business, man. It's the business that we're all in, and you're always one phone call away. So the good thing is I have a fallback. I can just become a professional marathoner, apparently, when that phone call comes.
As long as the marathons are only being run on the treadmill, you'll be fine. Matt in Oregon weighing in. Now I understand why DJ's friend was making fun of his raise. The guy can't even afford HBO Max. So there you go.
That's fair.
You're part of the crew. DJ, thank you. Appreciate it. Looking forward to the season start and talking a whole lot more often.
Trade deadline, if our teams get together, we're back on.
All right, sounds good. We'll talk then. Okay. Thanks, buddy. There you go. The great Daniel. There's Daniel Jeremiah. By the way, just on that running thing, I figured this out. Well, it was told to me yesterday. The guy who just ran the mile, right? We said 16 miles an hour. It was the equivalent of running a 5.0440. So essentially a 5 flat 40 for an entire mile. Think about that for a second. He ran what was essentially a 5 flat 40 for an entire mile. I cannot. 16 miles an hour is a little abstract. That really gets in my head, and I can't I can't quite process it. It's just crazy. All right, coming up next, back to the Mariners. And Maura, I got 2 words for this team. Maybe they're the same 2 short, 1-syllable words that you have. Maybe they're different. I don't know. But I got 2 words for the Mariners. Next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Cole Young, he just comes up clutch.
Afternoons 2 to 7.
Game's on the line. Say you're tied, 2 outs. Who do you want up at the plate right now? At this very moment after 100 games, who do you trust the most up there? For a young guy in his first full season, he's had some big moments already.
Cole Young's only 22, so it's really exciting for the future.
And by the way, the only player on this roster to play every single game.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Imagine Wi-Fi so intelligent it can actually fix itself. That means when there's a problem, it doesn't slow you down. It keeps your streaming smooth, your gaming lag-free, and your work from home right on track. Well, this is Wi-Fi built for the way you live, powered by a fiber network with 99.999% reliability, delivering incredible speed and strong, consistent coverage in every corner of your home, even those hard-to-reach spots. And it's just not fast. It's secure. Think of it as a security blanket for your entire network, keeping everything connected and working together seamlessly. And here's the best part. You can lock in 5 full years of predictable pricing. No contracts, no surprises, just one simple plan that includes everything: data, equipment, and the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi installation. Comcast. Imagine that. Restrictions do apply. Select plans only, but make the call today to 1-800-XFI-NITY.
Look, I need to be real with you for a second. At Seattle Children's Hospital, 1 in 3 patient families cannot afford the food their kids need to heal. Think about that. A child recovering from surgery, learning to walk again, and the family is struggling to put food, nutritious food, on the table. That's why Safeway and Seahawks, Jackson Smith and Jigba are launching the Food First Project, a multi-year initiative to fight pediatric food insecurity right here in our community. This is not someday maybe talk. This is grocery cards, produce vouchers, and food as medicine programs going directly to families the moment the need is identified. No barriers, no red tape, just help right now. They're funding vitamin D screenings, nutrition support for student athletes, rehabilitation feeding tools, and meals for hundreds of families staying inpatient at the hospital. I love what Safeway and Seattle Children's are doing, making a real difference where it matters most. JSN showing up. Now it's our turn, 12s. Put food first. Learn more at Safeway.com.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
We share our used cars. So our used cars are open trade between any store. So the sales managers don't have a problem in saying, yes, that car's available. And then that person from Seattle can come to Kirkland, pick the car up and sell it. It's what's best for the customer at the end of the day.
The LJ way.
If the customer wants to be met in Seattle, then let's figure out how to get that car from Kirkland to Seattle so that customer can come in there and transact. When you're all one team and you've got a great relationship, the other team comes over and helps that team, and then you as the customer don't see any difference in that experience. You're still getting the same service that you want and expect.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
We're kicking off a football frenzy that can net you up to $10,000 in cash. Don't stand on the sidelines. Get on the pitch and join the fun. Hourly hot seat drawings run every Saturday night from 7 p.m. till midnight in June and July. Take your shot at $10,000 every week. The field's wide open.
Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef.
Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Hey, it's Wendy here. Are you looking to rebound from your high-interest credit card debt? A SoFi personal loan could help. Consolidate your debt with a SoFi personal loan into one low monthly payment, and you could save money on interest over time. And with as soon as the same day funding, you could hit the ground running ASAP. Apply today with no fees required at SoFi.com/debt rebound. Loans originated by SoFi Bank. NA member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debt rebound.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to give you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! I got 2 words for the Mariners, Brock. Just 2 words for the Mariners. Both are one-syllable short words. Now, I'm sure different people have different 2 words for the Mariners. Some may be short, one-syllable words. Some might be longer. I don't know. I don't know what direction everyone is planning to go with their 2 words, or what direction you would go, Brock, if given 2 words to say to the Mariners. But I was thinking about these 2 last night. After the game, a lot of frustration, a lot of irritation. You just drop 2 out of 3 to a mediocre Reds team at home. I mean, it's just frustrating. And we've talked a lot about the need for the, best players to be the best players, and we've talked about the need to play clean, and we've kind of gone through all of those things. But at the end of the day, as all of the national folks that we talk to and that we play sound from keep calling the Mariners a sleeping giant and keep saying that they are still the team that they take in the American League, and it's the reason they should be buyers at the deadline, with 11 days to go before the trade deadline, I think that those 2 words for the Mariners should be very obvious and summed up very well in this small snippet of one radio. Brock, just wake up. Wake up. Stop sleepwalking through this entire season. Wake up. I don't think that's too much to ask. Wake up. I had difficulty doing it this morning. I didn't want to. I had 2 alarms set. Well, I finally...
Is that one of them?
Huh? Yeah. Heather loves it. Heather's lying next to me, and Zach's just screaming, wake up, as loud as he can. I probably should. Oh, man, just wake up. And yesterday, it just gosh, this team is not very good, this Reds team. Come on. Wake up and take care of business.
Unlike Lazarus that was able to wake up, that he got up and he got back to life. Can this crew, are they capable without, a Brendan Donovan, without a J.P. Crawford, without a Matt Brash, without some of the kind of key pieces and facilitators and veterans? I mean,
I think it can.
103 games in, you're 51-52. You're about as mid gets. That'd be my word. I don't even need 2. Mid. That's what the kids like to say these days. You're just mid. Ooh, they're just mid. And you tell me all the time, and rightfully so, and have for decades, man. You don't want to be in between. You don't want to be in the middle in anything in life. Certainly not your sports teams. You don't want to be, lukewarm. Yeah, I'm going to be hot or cold. Let me go. Let me see what I am. And it's just every time, here's a 3-game winning streak. Yep. Now they're going to put it together. Now they're going to win this series. Now they're going to go 4-2 at home. Now the momentum's going to not going to happen.
So a lot of texters just say, well, it's not about waking up, Salk. It's that they're not very good. I think they're awake. They just aren't that good. I don't agree with you. I mean, obviously, at the end of the year,
this season, their numbers tell you that. This season, collectively, their numbers tell you they're not very good.
Okay, well, then all you got to do is look at the score. Okay, yeah, then just look at the standings, and that's the way it'll all end. Okay, yeah. No reason to even play the last 50 games. Just, all right, that's what the season's, it's done. Like, they're 51 and 50 and 51 or whatever it is. 51
no, but all those texters have right now this morning is 103 games of data from this year to say this year they're not very good.
All right, then close it
I'm
down.
sorry, Cal's hitting $160 and all the
so Cal's
lack
not,
of damage
Cal's not good.
And the power is out.
I get it. Cal's not good. It makes perfect sense. Cal's not good. He isn't. Neither is Julio. They're bad players. They have bad players on this team. In fact, they should probably shutter it. Trade all those guys. They got bad players. I think the Mariners are better than this. I think the talent on this team is significantly better than the way they've played this year. Yes, they've had some issues with injuries, and that have obviously been a bit of a problem this year. But at this point, you got enough guys back. Like, I'm not buying that one. Mariners just went 3-3 in a homestand against 2 subpar teams. They're coming off a 1-5 road trip and the All-Star break where you're supposed to get back on track. It's not, that's not what they were looking for, and it's not good enough. But I don't think it's a talent issue. I really don't. I don't think it's a talent issue. I think it's a playing up to your potential issue. I think that the team is still talented. I think that they are not getting the most out of that talent. And after losing the series to Cincinnati, I mean, Brock, I wanted to tell you earlier in the week that Cole Young home run on Saturday was going to be like, the spark point.
We circled it in pencil with dotted lines.
Yeah, and now it's looking like the only reason they didn't go 2-4 on the homestand.
And what did he do after it? Was he 0 for 15 after that? Or
he did hit a home run on Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. But then soon after that, he immediately crawled back into a hole where Jimothy should go. 941 saying, screw you, Jimothy. This is the last time I put my faith in a hunchback fad raccoon. Totally fair. I'm not going to disagree with you. I totally understand. And I don't know what wakes this team up. I really do believe it's a wake-up issue.
I mean, does a 4-game series against a team that's ahead of you now in the division again?
I don't know. If it doesn't, you got a serious problem.
Should go playing the best team in all of baseball and the Dodgers down in their build. Like, shouldn't this 7-game road trip?
You would think.
I mean, eventually these road trips dry up. Eventually these games dry up. Eventually you get to 110 and then 120, and you're just a mid productive team. Or is this kind of exactly the kind of road trip? I will say this: I kind of felt like Dan and staff through this homestand were very patient with their bullpen. I mean, this is like the least used bullpen in all of baseball from an inning standpoint. And the Moonies and the Spires, and now obviously Bizzardo gave it up yesterday, but I feel like these guys almost, okay, let's make sure when we go on this road trip in Texas that we are not gassed. And that bullpen is not gassed. I don't think the starters are gassed. Nope. It is time for the whole collection to just stop being mid.
Yeah, you got to play up to your potential, and they've done some of the little things. They've gotten players back.
Naylor get on base. It was nice to see him steal another bag. It was nice to see Cal, move him along. Nice to take a little lead there. Nice to bounce back after they scored a couple to retake that lead, and kind of felt like, this is going to be a 3-2. Bullpen's just going to be nails at the end of it, and you're going to be in 4-2. First place, and now let's go take on Texas.
Yeah, and instead it doesn't go that way. No, and they, look, you get players back. You hope that's going to wake them up. It doesn't. They had a walk-off win on Saturday. You think, okay, maybe that's going to wake them up. It doesn't. They jumble the lineup, and they've done quite a bit, moving Cole Young around and Dom Canzone and Randy Arozarena, and Cal moved down. Like, they've done a lot of that stuff. That didn't work. They put the game in motion, as you mentioned. That didn't really work. None of it has really changed much. So, I don't know what the next plan is. You're right. Maybe it's going on the road to play your biggest challenger in the division, followed by the best team in baseball in their building in L.A. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's those 7 games. Maybe that wakes you up. But I really do believe there is more to this team than they've shown. And I don't know what you do to get them to do it, because it
well, I hope so,
like
because
this.
you know what a fear reservation is those guys that have kind of kept you afloat, the Canzones and the Cole Youngs and the Luke Rayleys, are going to kind of regress, or, you know, like while the other guys maybe start to warm up, and it's just going to be a mismatch. That's where I think there's some fear and worry and doubt. And the only thing that can control are these players, is just going out there and obviously Dan and his staff doing all that they can do to put them in position. And then they got to go find a way to deliver on all that talent and all that past talent that has expressed itself, especially as we get to August and September.
I'm very frustrated this morning. I don't think I'm alone. I started the show at 6 by saying that, you know, I hate being a person who comes in yesterday with a lot of hope, and the next day it's, you know, the opposite, and the next day it's hope. But all of the positives that I thought I had seen, it just completely, it just dissipates. It's
they
just
don't need
so
no
sad.
Jimothy. They don't need no Jimothy. They need Charles on Wheel of Fortune.
You think so?
When Charles saw that puzzle on Wheel of Fortune, did he hesitate?
No, he knew. No.
Did he get it done?
True.
Did he deliver in the biggest stage, in the biggest ways?
And Charles is with us today.
Hi, Charles.
And maybe that will help.
Hello, gentlemen.
Back on February 8th, the countdown started at 167 days.
3, 2, 1.
Right after the clock showed zeros.
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The champs are back on the field in just 2 days when Seahawks training camp begins.
We know that we're target number 1 now.
And nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of the Super Bowl champs, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over there at Sea Star Restaurant and Rob Bar, Bellevue's, and my go-to for fresh seasonal seafood for, 24 years now. You know I love being able to count on Chef John Howie and his amazing team and their long-standing reputation that has been built behind excellence with every plate. And right now, oh my gosh, it is the freshest, most seasonal, most greatest seafood on planet Earth. Oysters, sushi, cedar plank salmon, Dungeness crab bisque. It's all waiting for you. And how cool is this? There is a cool little opportunity for Chef John Howie to pay for and buy your dinner. All you need to do is make a reservation Sunday to Thursday after 8 p.m. You come in, enjoy your meal as always, and when you're finished, you roll the dice. You roll a 6, and Chef John is going to buy your dinner 100% of all food charges removed from your bill. How cool is that? Feeling lucky? Then come roll the dice. Make your reservation right now at SeaStarRestaurant.com. That's SeaStarRestaurant.com.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
2 years ago, my office launched a major media campaign to identify key witness to our client's bicycle accident, which we later settled for $10 million. Because when we accept a case, we don't rest until we do everything possible to improve our client's chance of recovery. We're one of only a few firms in the state with an in-house investigation team building our clients' cases. So when you hire Davis Law Group, you don't just get a dedicated and award-winning legal team. You get our commitment to better service and even better results. Request a free consultation today at 206-888-8888.
It's summertime and the living is easy. If you're like me, you're spending nights on the patio listening to the game and enjoying what makes our area so beautiful. Dave Wyman here, and I have just the offer for you to get the most out of your outdoor living space. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off the final project. I've loved working with Harley Exteriors. They're a local company right here in Bothell, down-to-earth people who enjoy the same things we all do, rooting on our local teams and doing the best job we possibly can day in and day out. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home space and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires July 31st, 2026.
Go to HarleyExteriors.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales Event going on right now through Sunday, August 2nd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales Event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good night's sleep.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg. But the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, 'cause now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good night's sleep.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Ugly finish to the homestand, Brock, after setting themselves up with a 4-2 series win. Instead, the Mariners did what they've done just too many times this year, being consistent. Yesterday, a 5-3 loss to the Reds, kind of a back-and-forth game. You got down early, bounced back. Luke Raley with a huge single, 2-run single to set you up and put you in position. And unfortunately, Edward Bizardo ends up giving it up, a 3-run home run in the 7th, and you just weren't able to come back from that. Yeah, it's frustrating.
I thought it was a great job by our guys to grab that lead back after we gave up the 2 spot there to get back on top there 3-2, and you know, we had a couple of chances there, and we took advantage of them. Cal with a big RBI single, and then Rails later with a 2 RBI single. You know, great to see that come alive there and pick up those runs, get the lead back. But you know, sometimes they get you, and the 3-run homer got us today, and put them right back on top, and we weren't able to muster enough to get over the hump.
Yeah, did not respond after that very well in the later innings against a pretty soft bullpen. I mean, those are not elite guys. Certainly not like some you're going to see in the month of August as competition cranks up and you're going to play better teams, at least on paper, Salk, and record-wise, than these two teams that just came in and split the series.
These two teams were a combined 26 games under 500 coming into the All-Star break. I mean, to go home 3-3 at home against those two teams coming off the 1-5 road trip is incredibly disappointing. And now you put yourself in a hole where you got to go out and do better than expected on a very difficult trip. 4 in Texas, off to L.A. to see the Dodgers, home for the Twins and Tigers. Yeah, that's kind of where you're at right now. So go time. Time to wake up.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, a couple days after Nick Eamon-Wari was placed on the preseason PUP list, Brock, we got a little bit more info, courtesy of Brady Henderson, who reported yesterday that the safety had a cleanup procedure on his ankle after injuring it twice last season. Here's the quote from Brady's piece. According to a source, the Seahawks knew that Eamon-Wari might eventually require surgery. He tried to manage his ankle over the offseason, but as he was ramping up for the start of training camp, he continued to experience soreness and opted to have the arthroscopic procedure that was performed earlier this month. So it was scoped. I mean, that's a lot easier, right? A lot easier to come back from.
You know what that means. After all these years, all these reports, you know what's in there. There were some loose bodies.
Oh, there's loose bodies?
There had to be some loose bodies in there.
No.
Yeah, causing some impingement, causing some inflammation, maybe a little bone spur that's created after a couple traumatic events to that joint. Go take it out, go clean it up. Go clean it up on aisle 5. Clean up loose bodies. Clean those loose bodies up, and make sure that everything is healed properly and given the right kind of ramp up and get rid of them so you can hit the ground running full speed. That should not be an issue for opening day.
No, but frustrating that you won't see him throughout a lot of the early parts of training camp here. Also waiting to see what happens with Devin Witherspoon. Talking to Daniel Jeremiah yesterday, he thinks that Witherspoon gets done before Christian Gonzalez in New England.
Yeah, and I also just think the size. I mean, not that it's had any impact on Witherspoon's production and what he's done and how great he is as a player, but I just think if you're thinking from a prototypical and think longevity with size and those things, that Gonzalez is going to fetch a little bit more. So,
so you think Spoon gets done first, and then
I think Spoon gets done first, and I think Gonzalez piggybacks off that and gets a little bit more.
You still don't really agree with that, do you?
I mean, I understand what DJ's talking about there, and prototypical and standard in the past and history and all of that stuff. Yeah, and he's a 6'3" outside corner, Gonzo, and I think the question mark on him, honestly, coming out of Oregon, where I saw him a bunch, was just urgency. Is he going to play with that force multiplication factor and juice that Spoon does? And I don't think he's that, but he certainly was unbelievably productive and brought, I think, more of it than anticipated when he was initially drafted. I don't know. If I'm Spoon, I don't know if I love hearing that from the same agent. Really? I just won a Super Bowl. We just beat him. I just do all of these things. And just because he's prototypically bigger, he's going to get more than me?
Yeah, that's the NFL. You know that. He's an outside corner, and he's bigger. I'm surprised that you're surprised by this.
No. I know. I'm not surprised, and I know that. But perfect example. Okay, perfect example. We just finished team camp, right, at a college. And it's the same thing. Coach was having the same frustration. Like, okay, so he's not perfect. He's a great player. You know what you've gone wrong on? All these guys with great length or whatever, can't play.
But that's the NFL. That's what the NFL does. Oh, I'm sorry, you're a safety. I can only pay you this much. Oh, use check? I'm sorry, you're a fullback, not a tight end. I can't possibly pay you that much. That's the way the NFL is set up. It's what they do all the time.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Seahawks report tomorrow. The offseason ends finally, and training camp begins. Plenty of excitement around this team. I got a lot. Here's a little Cooper Kupp for you, Brock. On some of the differences between Seattle and LA.
Defensive challenge of going against our defense day in and day out, and we go. Mike's a big believer in ones-on-ones. During training camp, it's ones-on-ones drill work. In LA, it was a little bit more ones-on-twos. You're getting looks. You're working on specific things against specific looks that maybe the defense doesn't want to major in. So you're going against twos that are giving you certain looks, so you can test plays out. In Seattle, it was just ones-on-ones. Let's go compete. over and over and over and over again. So you're seeing, what ended up being the best defense in the league on a daily basis. That's a great challenge for us offensively.
So he likes the ones versus ones mentality.
By the way, he looked good. Haircut, cleaned up the beard.
Good. I'm glad you think so.
Pat McAfee show, I thought he looked
That's
great.
really
So why is
good
that, Saul?
analysis.
Why do you think that is?
Defensive head coach.
There you go. Good job.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
Defensive head coach, it's been incubated in the Harbaugh way, and that system is, you get better at playing football by playing football, and you get better going up good versus good. So let's go iron sharpens iron, get after it. By the way, that's my third biblical reference in 25 minutes.
Just killing it today,
Goodness
dude.
gracious.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. That's everything you need to know, and maybe even some more here on the Brock and Salk Show. Every single morning we do that 1/4 to every hour. Big Ray is going to join us, Brock. Old friend. It's funny that you brought up having Ray on. I was literally thinking about him yesterday and how it had been a while since we talked to Ray. So I'm glad you thought of that, and Ray will join us at 8:30 this morning. Up next, though, I want to go back to two things that our guests said yesterday. One from Daniel Jeremiah, one from Terry Francona. And I think both are incredibly important. Next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Bumpin' Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Safety Nick and Manwari on PUP to begin training camp. One thing I want to say about preseason PUP is it is not the PUP list to miss time during the season.
It could be something real simple. And they're like, all right, he's already in good shape. He's been to all of our stuff. It's not like he's going to get lots of reps during preseason games. I'm hoping it's just being really, really cautious when it comes to Nick and Manwari.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
All right, guys, we are right here smack in the middle of summer, and they got some good stuff coming to Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Check out upcoming shows. You got Pop 2000 Tour with Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC, O-Town, Ryan Cabrera, and LFO. That is August 1st, not too far away. You got Taylor Dane, who will be here, the 80s pop sensation, on September 6th. The Big Rock Show with Queensryche will be here in October. Local guys who I love, saw them out there a couple years ago. Yeah, you can get tickets and see the full lineup at snocasino.com. It is all at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Go all in at Toyota of Renton with incredible inventory on the 2026 Tundra. Lease the 2026 Tundra SR5 for $479 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing, or finance at 2.99% APR for 72 months. Toyota of Renton's fantastic team will set you up with the test drive and walk you through the finance offerings so you can drive that truck home the same day. Visit them in store or online at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Do you have a special occasion or milestone to commemorate? Come discover Klein Jewelers in charming downtown Edmonds. As a locally owned family jeweler, we combine an impressively large selection with a warm personal service only a hometown jeweler can provide. Whether you're searching for the perfect engagement ring or a beautiful piece of diamond or gemstone jewelry, you'll find plenty to love and no pressure along the way. From life's biggest milestones to those just because moments. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds. You're a jeweler for life.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half, plus try Xfinity Mobile free for a year, no commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only after 12 months. Regular rates do apply. So make the call today. 1-800-XFINITY.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends July 31st. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
If it's blocking your view, keeping your yard dark or shaded, or impossible to mow around, get rid of that tree or stump this summer with P&D Tree Service. They'll do it safely and quickly, cleaning up your yard in the process. P&D Tree turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. One tree or land clearing, they have the tools and expertise for the job. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever seen a tree removed by crane? PNDTreeservice.com.
Right now, get 2 bottles of Lucas Fuel Treatment for just $9. Plus, receive 2 times O-Rewards points at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Let me take you back 104 years ago. The year is 1922. The president is Warren G. Harding. Insulin is a breakthrough diabetes treatment. Betty White is born, and Wayscar Ford opens in Auburn. I mean, think about that. The Ford Bronco Sport I'm driving is from a dealership that's been around for 104 years. How's that possible? Wayscar Ford is a model of consistency. And their secret, it's all about the people. Employees and customers, just like you and me. I'm looking at their core values, but they're more than words on paper. They mean it. They care. You know who I actually just texted with a question about the car? The guy I got it from at Wayscar Ford. He's awesome, and so is everyone, from the front desk all the way up to Way himself. Wayscar Ford is celebrating their 104th birthday in Auburn with exclusive deals for loyal customers. No payments for 104 days. Enter to win tickets. Go see them in person and be part of history. The Wayscarf Way. 104 years of service, trust, and community. Wayscarford.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Heard 2 things yesterday, Brock, that I wanted to make sure we came back to today because I think they are relevant and certainly important. The first is from our friend Daniel Jeremiah, who joined us yesterday. And it's easy to kind of slip past this because, you know, there were a lot of things going on with DJ, right? And he's always kind of, we're talking about specific players. And
we're talking about zone 2, zone 3 heart rate on the treadmill for 45 minutes, his running routine. So a lot of things.
You might miss something important. And I actually think this is important. It's buried inside an answer about his friend Bucky Brooks picking the Seahawks to go 7-10, but I actually think it's more important than his prediction for this year.
They're not going to go 7-10. And to be honest with you, that might be the only Seahawks take that I've heard. Like, forget good or bad. Like, they might be the least discussed
Super Bowl winner,
Super Bowl champion in history. And it's not like this was a roster of like John Elway riding off into the sunset, and you're like, okay, well now where do they go? Like, they have an aging roster, and they kind of they got one last ride. Like, this should be the beginning of their run. So that's been kind of bizarre to me. I don't know if that's just Pacific Northwest thing or being in the same division with the Rams, who've made these splashy moves.
So it's not. Look, most of that cut, that's like 36 seconds of Daniel Jeremiah. You know, it's appropriately labeled about, you know, they're going to be better than 7-10, and no one's really talked about them. But buried in there is
beginning of the run.
This is the beginning. Not, like, they should be better. They were here ahead of schedule. They should be better than they were. Forgetting about, can they live up to it? Can they run it back? Can they run it forward? They are at the beginning of this run. They should be better this year.
Different sport, different challenges in building and equipping and sustaining. But isn't that what Jeff Passan says on the promo before every segment on Tuesday? This is the beginning of the greatest run in Mariners history.
Should be.
It should be. And obviously predictability in baseball, projectability in baseball can be a little more difficult than football, and building it is a little longer, and you don't just get a draft pick like Nick Emanwari that comes in 3 months, 4 months later and changes scheme and your team and the game and all of the impact that Gray Zabel, right? I mean, it takes baseball a whole lot longer to do all of that, but it's in the same vein. Like this is still the beginning. I mean, Jackson Smith and Jigma and Devin Weathers, all these guys are, the one thing I took a little, I don't want to say umbrage, but I bet if we digged in further with DJ on it, his whole Leonard Williams in his prime, I don't think so. Not at 32. Not with all that's going on in his life and where he wants to take this. And could D linemen still play into their mid-30s? Sure. But it gets harder and harder to do that.
Of course. Yeah, all right.
But JSN and Spoon.
All right, so then here's my question for you, Brock. If the Seahawks are going to be better, who's it going to be? Who's primed to be better than they were last year?
Sam.
I got
Sam,
5
from
ways.
beginning to end.
I got 5 ways. You can run through them, and obviously Sam's going to be number 1. 5 ways the Seahawks can be better, okay? Number 1, Sam. Yes, yep. Sam can be better. He can limit the turnovers. He can limit the fumbles. He's going to be another year with this group. I know the offense will change a little bit with a new offensive coordinator, but a lot of the same people are still working on the offensive coaching staff. He's familiar with everything, which is something he hasn't had the last couple of years. Can Sam be better than he was last year? I think he can.
Mm-hmm. He certainly was this offseason. Like, if you want to judge it by Cooper Kupp's, hey, man, ones-on-ones, good on good, sharpening each other. How did he perform? And you're out there watching what we got our eyes on.
Certainly
he was
better than the first day of training camp last year, that's for sure. I mean, he can definitely improve on that, as we all know. So, no, I think Sam can be better. The guy that we saw in the playoffs, he could be that more consistently over the course of the year. Although I'll tell you, it's been kind of fun watching these games every night. And week 4 last night against Arizona, Sam looked pretty good. Made a couple pretty nice throws in that game. It's kind of fun only watching the highlights. You don't see too many of the lowlights, and Sam looked pretty good again. So, yeah, I think Sam Darnold can be better than a year ago. You and I would agree. Number 2, I think the offensive line can be better. And that is the other thing you notice going through, especially the early parts of last year. The running game took a while, man. It had its moments. It was better than it had been in time, but it was not efficient. I mean, there's a lot of running your head into a brick wall before you eventually come out with something positive. And I think look, I don't know that it's going to be, and you lost your top running back, and we'll see when Charbonnet comes back. But I do think that the offensive line itself can be better than it was a year ago. Whether or not the running game lives up to that or not, I don't know. But don't you think it should be better?
Yeah. I mean, going into last year, it was once again, bottom 10.
Right.
O-line. Every metric, rookie's going to have a learning curve to climb. Who's still going to be your center? Can Bradford, actually block somebody and do it consistently enough? And, yeah, I mean, as that thing kind of got honed in over the course of the year, and all 14 guys are back. I've never heard of that in my life.
It is pretty crazy.
Yes. So that group has a lot more continuity and time on task together.
All right, so I would expect that to be possibly better. Number 3, this one's maybe a little broad, but understanding and Brock, you've been into the word mastery recently. Truly having a mastery of this defense as guys are now in their 3rd year in it. I would assume that there's more and more complexity the deeper you get into this defense. It's not built on simplicity like Pete's, right? There's a lot of opportunity.
No, it's 11 is one.
Right.
11
there's a
all have to be on
lot
the
of
same
opportunity
page.
to do new things and interesting things. And Mike's, sort of the mad genius over there. Can the mastery of this group, of this defense, make it even more impressive and difficult to play against than it's been?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing I think Phillip Rivers really hit home more than anything was like this group doesn't give you any tells. I mean, most teams, man, zone, motion, shifts, formation in the boundary, you get some tells. This group doesn't give it to you, and they are 11 as one and continue to build on that.
Number 4, we've already been talking about him a little bit today because of the surgery. Nick Emanwari can be better. I mean, he was a standout rookie last year, but what he's capable of, right? The way that the other quarterbacks talk about him and what he does to the scheme and what he does to them, the ability to play nickel all the time if you want. He's barely scratched the surface of what he should be capable of, right? And when DJ makes those Derwin James comps,
Yeah,
that's not a light. He didn't do that lightly. That is a big deal. Derwin James, one of the best players in the NFL.
Correct.
And I think Nicky Manwari can get to that point. Doesn't mean he's going to, but he certainly can. And I would expect him to be better this year than he was last year.
Yeah, he's kind of a cross between Derwin and Kyle Hamilton. He's faster than Kyle and getting pretty close to Derwin overall kind of athleticism, but then he's nearing Kyle Hamilton's size. I mean, it's very, very unique. And, if he can kind of be the best of both of those guys, you're talking about one of the best defenders in all the NFL.
Last one for me was the tight ends. Just as a group, Barner continues to ascend. I think there hopefully is a lot more for Elijah Arroyo, who had some moments last year, but ultimately was not a major factor as a second-round pick. I do think that if there's some growth opportunity, I don't necessarily see it. Yeah, maybe it's Torrey Horton. Maybe it's Rashid Shaheed could probably have his name on this list because he was not here all of last year, and I probably should have added him. I just forgot last night. Sorry. Professional apology right now to Shaheed. There should be 6 on this list because his name should be on there. But I thought the tight ends were another group that could probably see a little bit more growth.
Yeah, I think all that is super fair, Salk, and kind of like that O-line returning. I can't remember many Super Bowl teams not only not talked about but brought back basically everybody. I mean, the year before, you did make some big additions. DeMarcus Lawrence and Cooper Kupp were enormous free agent decisions that impacted this team on both sides of the ball dramatically. The trade for Shaheed midseason. I don't know if you win a Super Bowl without his special teams and playmaking and playoff games and in that Rams Thursday night that flipped the script with that punt return to get the whole end of season started. But not this time around. This is like Dante Fowler kind of late in the process.
Yep.
And basically everybody else to return and take that next step and believe, as Daniel Jeremiah said, the best is still ahead. We just kind of got this party started, and we're not, save for some D linemen and Jaron Reed and DeMarcus and Leonard, they're not really another position group that's aged or old or you're going to age out anytime soon.
All right. So those are all reasons I think the Seahawks can actually be better. Doesn't mean the record will necessarily show it. It's a much more difficult schedule than they had last year, at least on paper. But, yeah, an opportunity for this team to be better. All right, the other thing from yesterday before we do Blue 88 was Terry Francona, who I really enjoyed talking to yesterday. And I did think, Brock, it kind of came back to the conversation we had earlier this week. Maura mentioned this also, and actually Kyle, I think, when I was talking to him afterwards about, really feeling comfortable, really feeling like you don't care what other people around you think. And when you put these two cuts together, I think you get that. The first was about his Dom Canzone and intentional walk to get to Cal.
It really wasn't. It worked out about as bad as you could. I mean, I barely sat my ass down and the ball was going over the left field fence. I can't tell you how good that felt. But
I'm sorry
in that situation, we're down 3-0. And if we give up another run, we're in trouble already because we hadn't scored. So I'm trying to figure out the best way where we can not let them score again.
Right.
The best way I saw fit to do, because if we face the lefty, and we got a lefty coming in, but if we face him, we got to play the infield in. There's no force out. And if we walk him, and I know what we're always done in the past, but he hasn't been doing that. I can't tell you I was entirely comfortable with the thing, but I thought it was our best chance to get out of it without giving up a run.
I said it the other day. I love the confidence with which he explains what his decision-making process was. And Brock, I think it's a lot easier to do and have that level of faith in something that's, a little outside the ordinary when you've been doing it for a while and you've won 2 World Series and been to another one and been managing for 25 years. And as he said, when we asked him about, meeting other coaches from other leagues, he kind of knows who he is.
I'm 67 now and I kind of am setting my ways. Doesn't mean you're not trying to get better. But, I went to a conference, it's been 10 years now, in London, and there was all kind of the soccer coaches, and there was some guy, the GM for the Spurs was there, who I thought was phenomenal. Like, when he talked, man, I'd listen like crazy. So, you're certainly not closed off, but like I said, I get so caught up in what we're doing here, and I know how I want to do it. I don't always do it that way, but, I know what I want to do. So that's where I spend my energy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is this fine line, Salk, between evolve or die.
Mm-hmm.
which is kind of the Mike McDonald, John Schneider, just don't ever rest on your laurels. Hey, I'm just who I am. That you do have to evolve. Yet at the same time, all of that, those years of experience you have making those decisions, you really hope that your processor is elite. It'd be really cool. We talk about miking up players. It'd be kind of a cool inside baseball would be to have these guys mic'd up on the bench.
It'd be amazing. You'll never hear it, but it really would be amazing to hear how far ahead they're working.
So all those things Tito talked about, was he doing that in real time as well, not just after the fact? When he knew he'd have to talk about it with the media and everything.
Right? And by the way, he's not just doing it when Canzone comes up. He's got to be doing it 1, 2, 3, 4 batters ahead, planning for that possibility of, okay, what are we going to do if? Who do we want to face if? What is the situation? Who do they have left in their pen? Baseball is so much more interesting when you're thinking about everything than when you're just focused on, okay, did he get a hit or not? Yeah. And I really enjoyed that yesterday. I thought it was a really nice window in. Maybe sometimes that's a little easier to do on an away station rather than on your own, right? You can be a little freer, and you know that not everyone in your town is listening to every single word you have to say, and also he doesn't care at this point. He's been doing this thing forever, and he just doesn't care.
And to tie those two conversations together with these two groups, it really is the most remarkable thing about John Schneider hiring Mike McDonald. Mike had been a really good D coordinator. He'd done it in Baltimore. He did it in Michigan. He'd shown his chops that way. Can you now be a really elite head coach processor with special teams, with your defense? Oh, by the way, you're still calling your defense, managing your offense, managing game management, managing challenges.
Turns out he's incredible at all.
He's
of those
unbelievable.
things. It really is remarkable.
Unbelievable with no experience ever doing it.
It's remarkable how good Mike is at some of those decisions he's got to make throughout the game. Here's some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
3 good football questions, Brock. We'll start here. Yesterday, we went through Game 3 of the season against the New Orleans Saints. Big blowout, all about the special teams. Seahawks had really good special teams last year. There's no other way to say it.
They were the best in the league.
Unbelievable, tremendous special teams. Why were they so great?
Well, it starts with the guy that leads it. And that cut you played from Mike McDonald yesterday, speaking of Jay Harbaugh, that really resonated with me in a bunch of different ways. And I knew, and I've said this, I don't know, you got a little buzzer for every time I mention I'm coaching. But I knew that, play this one again from yesterday.
No, not the buzzer, just the Mike McDonald.
Correct.
We'll play the buzzer.
No,
again.
don't play the buzzer.
I'm not going to play the buzzer. Here was what Mike McDonald said about Jay Harbaugh.
This guy is relentless with finding the little edges and ways to coach it better than they've been. There's no such thing as status quo with Jay. It's constantly finding a new and better way to teach something, to design something, to word something that there's talk about shocking. There's so much elegance, simplicity in how he coaches. This guy isn't just a great special teams coach. He's a great football coach. I mean, at Michigan, you name a great player that came out of Michigan in the last 10 years, Jay probably recruited him. He was a running back coach that got all those guys. He was a tight ends coach when I was there. Then he moved to safeties. I mean, he's coached all 3 levels and on all 3 phases of football, and he's one heck of a special teams coordinator too. So that's what makes him great.
So I think there's 2 things I hear that made that special teams units great. It's ultimately the players. I always point to the players. Mike will, Jay will, every one of these coaches will, and those guys on the field, they've got to execute it. What can they do in their position of leadership? Well, I think Jay's coached all the positions. He's got a broad view. There's not just blinders. A lot of times special teams coaches just stay in their lane, and they're an inch wide and a mile deep when it comes to special teams. But having actual feel for all the positions and the players and the body types and everybody that's coming from the different personnel groups to fit into your elite teams. I think when you've coached those different positions and understand that, Salk, you're also a mile wide, and you can bring all of that. Secondly, I think there's some youthful arrogance / confidence. I think there's a Harbaugh. He's a Harbaugh. And with that comes, I know what I'm doing. I'm confident in what I'm doing, man. I've been battle tested in this. And special teams coaches are funny in my life experience. Kind of one of 2 ways. They're kind of nervous Nellies. What could go wrong? How many plays a game do we have? Can we just execute when we get our chance? Can we just snap it? Can we just kick? There's like a real nervous energy with some that I've been around. And then there's we are the most elite thing on this team. We're the most important phase on this team. And I have total confidence that we're going to go out there and be game changers and difference makers. And I don't think it's any shock that John Harbaugh was a longtime special teams coach before he's head coach. I don't think there's any shock or awe in that Jay Harbaugh's name's going to start getting mentioning for head coaching jobs, and already is. Yeah, because he carries, I think, some of that background.
Why would there be awe?
Shock and awe. Shock and awe.
Question number 2.
Wake up.
I don't plan for any awe. Question number 2, Brock. Speaking of special team success, is that something you should expect on a year-to-year basis?
I think so. I went back and looked at the last 3-4 years of just, and whether it is DVOA, it's sometimes hard to compute the data exactly the right way. I mean, the kicker and punter. Yeah, I mean, the kicker and punter, right? Those specialists within special teams, their talent's not going anywhere. They're two of the most talented specialists in the game. And what Michael Dixon does, punting the ball, flipping the field, spinning the ball, what Jason Myers did a year ago from 50 plus. And so that's not going away. In fact, they're highly compensated and some of the highest paid at their position. They understand. They kind of put the money where the mouth is. Secondly, they brought back every elite special teamer. Right? They brought back the Russells, other than Derek, right? And I think they've tried to fill that in different ways. Every other guy, like on the roster, that was a core special teamer is back. Anthony Bell is back. Brady Russell is back. Jake Bobo is back. And go through that list. Those guys are all back. They matched Jacksonville's offer on Bobo. Was it to be the 4th or 5th receiver? No, because that dude is elite on the special teams. And then as you looked at some of those DVOA ratings and such, Salk, the Jets, the Texans, those teams, the Eagles, they showed up year after year after year. The Jets are a terrible team. Special teams have actually been pretty good. So I think that is something that
they still have that crazy special teams coach that was there for Hard Knocks?
Oh, that's a good question.
I don't think they do.
I don't. That was Rex. It's been some years.
It's probably been some years. All right, question number 3. What'd you get from DJ yesterday, football-wise?
Yeah, you asked him about the OC. You told him, hey, I'm going out there this weekend. I got John Clayton handed me down his old database. I'm going out there. I'm going to fill in on the Excel spreadsheet some of the things I'm seeing with the offense and how do I gauge this new offensive coordinator and figure that thing out. And, Mr. Jeremiah had this in cut number 10 to say to you.
I don't think you're going to determine anything. I just don't. I think it's just different. When you get into live action and calling plays and making adjustments in game, that's when you're going to learn. And you're going to see vanilla ice cream in preseason, so that's not going to help you at all. And I've just seen too many times. There's been too many teams that I've been with and camps that I've been at where I've left training camp thinking this offense or this defense is, one thing, and then you get into the games, you're like, oh, actually, nope, that was not real.
I think what DJ would appreciate if he were out here at camp as much as we are, Salk, he would appreciate what Cooper Kupp was talking about. Yeah, DJ, this is different here. You do get a little more feel because we go good on good a lot. And we go red zone a lot and third down a lot and situation a lot and the things where, because Mike knows, is he's going to have to cultivate these offensive coordinators maybe every year. I mean, if Fleury, they win another Super Bowl and he's great, guess what? He's going to interview for head coaching jobs, just like Clint Kubiak did. And so you better get him up to speed pretty fast. And the best way to do that is to go good on good and to see it and to create as many of those situations as possible. Lastly, to go back to Tito and Mike McDonald as processors. What do they both do and have done at an elite level? It's the play before the play. It's the situation before the situation. Can Fleury do that? I'm sure that was part of the interview process. It was exhaustive with guys on staff and not on staff. And for him to win this through the interview process, I'm sure Mike had to see there like, ooh, yeah, this guy can process pretty well. Mm-hmm. Now he's just got to do it in real time. In real big moments in the red zone and third down and situationally and end of half and end of game and continue to grow through that experience.
Right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88 every morning at 7:45.
I felt pretty good today.
And we can talk through some of that with Ray Roberts at 8:30 as well. The thing that jumped out to me there is you're talking about the special teams coaches and some being trying not to make a mistake and the others. Isn't that kind of special teams? Like if you want it to be a weapon, you have to treat it as a weapon. And if the Seahawks are treating it as a weapon and truly believing in it and thinking it's an opportunity to make a play as opposed to just not to screw up, well, that's a huge, huge opportunity for your team to be better, and obviously paid huge dividends.
So when you get that 4-iron in your hand from 210, what are you thinking? You know, you got par 5, you got a nice
4-iron from 210.
drive.
I'm thinking it's going to go about 10, 15 yards over the green would be my guess. I'm probably going to take a 5 hybrid in that case and try to stick that sucker. Let's come right back, Brock. I was excited. I tweeted about it last night. What does this person mean? Why? What possible criticism could they have of me while they love Brock? It doesn't even make sense. Yet we'll hear it next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Cole Young, I mean, he just comes up clutch.
Afternoons 2 to 7.
Game's on the line. Say you're tied, 2 outs. Who do you want up at the plate right now? At this very moment after 100 games, who do you trust the most up there? For a young guy in his first full season, he's had some big moments already.
Cole Young's only 22, so it's really exciting for the future.
And by the way, the only player on this roster to play every single game.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Motorcycle accident cases require a thorough investigation by a team of experienced legal professionals if they have any chance of being successful. Insurance companies, juries, and even the police tend to assume the worst about motorcycle riders. Get help from an experienced team of attorneys that have successfully resolved hundreds of motorcycle accident cases over the past 30 years. Call Davis Law Group for a free legal consultation or get my free book on motorcycle accidents at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
The Boeing Classic welcomes the world's greatest golf legends to the Pacific Northwest, August 14th through the 16th at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Watch Masters champions and Golf Hall of Famers compete for a $2.3 million purse at the only PGA Tour champion stop in the region. Bring the whole family and make sure to check out the Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BoeingClassic.com to get yours today.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents wisdom from the road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Dave Wyman here, brand new member of Harborstone Credit Union, and I got my PNW cashback checking account for free. No fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. Gas, groceries, coffee, travel, lunch, all categories count toward your cashback. Open your free account online like I did. Go to harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest.
Insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts today at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Incredible savings for 3 days only. Divers Fair only happens once each year at Underwater Sports, 107th and Aurora Avenue North.
We all know a cancer diagnosis is physically and emotionally draining, but it can be financially draining too. That's why Northwest Hope and Healing is here to help. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare so patients can focus on healing. Since the year 2000, we have distributed over $3 million in direct financial assistance to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can make a direct impact. Mark your calendar for Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 23rd at the Somme Hotel and Spa in Woodinville. It's an unforgettable afternoon of hope and inspiration, celebrating local cancer survivors. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 23rd. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke Ewart. And Brooke Ewart.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
All right, Big Ray going to join us in 30 minutes. Talk to Ray Roberts about the Seahawks who open up training camp tomorrow. How great is that? More baseball talk coming up this morning as well. But Brock, it's Thursday. Everyone's already downloaded the Seattle Sports app, which means a whole bunch of people have left us silly messages. We call it Here's the Thing.
Brock Ewart doesn't just hate one kid.
I am so disappointed in Michael Salk.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
All right, we'll start off with Tyler, Brock. And this is really a message for Ian, who's not here today, our newborn op, Ian, who said he's 5'7". He's actually a little taller than that, but he rounds down to avoid any challenges.
5'7" and 3/4.
Yeah, but he didn't want anybody to challenge him. So
this is Tyler from Edmonds. Here's the thing, Ian, you're 5'7" and 3/4. You can absolutely claim 5'8". I'm 5'7.5", and there's only two options I tell people: 5'7.5" or 5'8". No way I'm rounding down to 5'7". With shoes on, I'm an easy 5'8". License says 5'8". You're 5'7" and 3/4. Go ahead. You can claim 5'8".
Yeah.
Well, but you might have a little bit of bias. You're also 5'7".
Is that Tyler Hamburg from Edmonds?
I don't think so. Tyler's a little taller than that.
Charles. Hey, Charles.
Yes, Brock?
How tall are you?
5'10".
On the dot? Like you and Salk are the same height?
5'10" on the button.
Okay.
So am I.
So am I.
Here's the thing. This is Stan
and Nancy
from Victoria. As Seahawks training camp gets underway, we'll soon hear what the players say. Because the Seahawks are going to be on Hard Knocks. There's no better team to watch than the Seahawks. We'll see Spoon, Big Cat, Bobo, even Worry and Sam. It's sure to entertain every Seahawks fan. The Seahawks are going to be on Hard Knocks, and maybe they'll show a bit of Brock and Salk. Coach McDonald will sort it if there's any issues, working with the team on their connective tissues. The Seahawks are going to be the team we're going to see, because they're going to be on Hard Knocks.
And we can't wait.
Maura, can I ask you a serious question? When you first thought of this segment idea a couple of years ago,
Yeah.
is that what you had in mind?
No, I had no idea we'd have such musical talent.
Did you have Stan and Nancy in mind singing folk songs about the Seahawks and Hard Knocks?
No, I think I had more like what Danny does in mind.
Okay.
But I love it. That was kind of like a Beach Boys.
So last night, Molly's doing some work, she's so good at her job. She designs all this fun sporty gear for moms and people around. She's doing an awesome job. And I was just listening to music. I just somehow was kind of in a music mood last night. So I'll listen to some Phil Collins. Just like, keep playing that. It's awesome. And so then I found a couple of my favorites on the show The Voice.
Okay.
Have you ever watched The Voice?
No.
It's like American Idol.
I know. I don't watch all that crap.
I've seen it.
There's this kid singing. And I was like, okay, guess what this singer looks like, Molly? The boy was 10 years old. Okay. He would never, she's like, oh, that's a 16-year-old girl, brown straight hair, like everything else. That's a 10-year-old. Unbelievable talent. Wow. Stan and Nancy from Victoria. Go ahead. Give me their
I've seen A Mighty Wind, so I already know what they look like. If you haven't seen A Mighty Wind, I don't know how else to describe it to you, but I've seen that movie, and so that's pretty much all I need to know. Here is Condor.
Here's the thing. This is Brian in Bothell. Hearing you guys talk about Mason Miller has got me pretty fired up. Dude's an animal. You add him to this bullpen. This is a team that would put the league on notice, and regular season record doesn't matter when you get to the playoffs. Also, Stacy, wrong about Jimothy. He's a weird little freak monster, but he's our little freak monster. Jimothy rules. Let's go.
All right.
Condor or Brian?
I don't know. It says Condor, but it did sound like Brian. I don't know.
That was what he labeled his.
Oh, it was labeled.
People fill out their own information when they sign up for this.
Well, and if that were me, I would definitely always want to label myself as Condor. Here's Matt.
So I like that Mike started talking about Love Island on the show. That's a welcome addition.
Oh, good.
And now a new thing that I like is Mike talking to guests as a concerned Jewish mother. When you guys were talking to Daniel Jeremiah, I love Mike saying, it's like, you're looking a little too thin. Oh, you're a little disheveled. Oh, I'm concerned. So keep doing that.
That's good. I am very much like
he had like the slightest semblance of a beard.
Oh, no, dude, he looked disheveled.
You've lost. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. For DJ? DJ's usually pretty put together. He looked like, he just rolled out of bed. He looked like he's been on vacation doing nothing. He looked like what's his name? Jason Segel in his bathrobe in
Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
No, eating cereal out of the bowl.
Stop it.
You shall not
You
pass.
shall not pass. That breakup scene remains one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen. Here's Kyle.
Here's the thing. I turned on sports radio this morning, and what are they talking about? Soccer again. Ugh. It's like the most accessible sport on the planet. That's ridiculous. I mean, it's so easy. I even played it this morning when I was making breakfast. I dropped a blueberry on the ground and kicked it over to my dog for a nice little treat. How lame is that? I was like, why can't this be more like Cecily's hockey, So instead, the next time I dropped a blueberry, I smashed it into puck form, went to the broom closet to get my favorite stick, and slap-shotted it over to my pup for a treat.
Yeah.
Now I got a mess of blueberry all over the wall I got to clean up. Ridiculous. Get back to talking about your daughter's hockey team and whatever weird 90s alt classic rock stuff you were into when you were a kid and can't let it go because, well, you're an unk. Keep it up, Salk.
I can own all that.
You're an unk.
Nobody hates soccer more than Cecily, man. She has just been ruthless. Between the other day being like, hey, do you have to watch the soccer game on Sunday? I was like, no. She's like,
where she gets at.
She's like, thank God.
Yeah, it's so weird. She's your little mini-me.
She's at boxing camp this week, and some soccer player hurt his finger, and Cecily's just been ruthlessly making fun of him the entire week.
Yeah, weird.
I know.
Shocking.
Well, I didn't do it. She's just...
No.
She's like your little mini-me.
But I didn't,
you guys love hockey
shape
and
her
hate
that
soccer,
way.
And you
That's
do
right.
everything the same.
Sure. No, Marv, you didn't have anything to do with it.
I didn't shape her. She's just like that. If you knew Cecily, you know that nobody can shape her. She is who she is.
Seriously.
I got nothing.
Marinovich.
All right, Maura thinks this person might be drunk.
So here's the thing. If Edgar wants to keep his job as a hitting coach, he needs to beat Ichiro in the 50th anniversary hitting derby. Ichiro for hitting coach. We don't need to be swinging for the fences all the time. We need to be learning to know how to hit the ball wherever that ball happens to be. And who knows how to teach that better than what we're doing right now?
It just ends
wrong?
like that?
Yes. Well, he got cut off.
Oh, that's
he
too
said
bad.
one other thing he didn't finish.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean, isn't that what Edgar was?
Spray it all over the field.
Yeah.
Take it the other way. Put the ball in play.
Well, I like that he wants the hitting coach to get their job by winning a derby.
What if Roland Smith wins the Derby? Does he get hired as the
Or
hitting
Bucky.
coach?
I mean, Bucky's in it now, too.
He's available. All right. Here is one more. This is from a Brock, but this person is also potentially
We've
drunk.
heard from Brock before.
Oh, yeah.
And I've never thought this before. This one I wasn't so sure.
Yeah.
Maybe he was listening back to back.
So here's the thing, Mike Salk. I enjoy you, but I hate you at the same time. I love Brock because I am Brock, and he is a good person. You are just from Boston, and I can't stand Boston because I was born in New York and grew up in Seattle. You are the better person, the smarter person, and the word person. I am not good with words like I or you or Steve, but I do know you are a ASS. I love you.
I'm not sure I followed all that. Did you?
Also, is he in a bathroom?
Maybe.
Like running water?
Please don't leave us here's the thing messages while you're using the facilities. I'm not sure I fully caught all that.
That's what I'm saying. We've heard from Brock before. He sounded a little off.
Yeah.
You sure it was the same Brock?
I think so. It says like Brock M usually.
Okay. Well, there you go. That was, there you go, Brock. That's it. That's all we got today.
Do you think that Stan and Nancy song's got a shot to make Hard Knocks? If they're driving in today and listening, let me flip around some radio. Let me hear the flagship station of the Seahawks.
Let's see what they're up to.
Yeah, you think Stan and Nancy got a shot to make it?
Scott texted in and says, heck yeah, I was drunk. I don't even remember leaving that message. Maybe you're not even the right Scott, and you didn't leave that message. Who knows? Download the Seattle Sports app if you can remember and if you can figure out how during your sobriety. And don't worry, from there on out, it's really easy to leave us a message.
David, who left a message last week calling Brock a baby.
Yeah.
Because he had broken his back and all. He left me a really nice message that he said wasn't for air, but he said he thought the reason we had fewer ones was because with the new app, people didn't know where to go. So you hit the plus button, and then you click record a message.
All right. There you go. Thank you, Maura. We'll come right back with everything you need to know next.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Cole Young, I mean, he just comes up clutch.
Afternoons 2 to 7.
Game's on the line. Say you're tied. 2 outs. Who do you want up at the plate right now? At this very moment after 100 games, who do you trust the most up there? For a young guy in his first full season, he's had some big moments already.
Cole Young's only 22, so it's really exciting for the future.
And by the way, the only player on this roster to play every single game.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Go all in at Toyota of Renton with incredible inventory on the 2026 Tundra. Lease the 2026 Tundra SR5 for $479 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or finance at 2.99% APR for 72 months. Toyota of Renton's fantastic team will set you up with the test drive and walk you through the finance offerings so you can drive that truck home the same day. Visit them in store or online at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Longer days, warmer weather, and a stronger you all start at Top Fitness. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and right now, check out the Top Fitness Big Sale in all 3 of their stores. Every category's on sale. Home gyms, weight plates, dumbbells, treadmills, and stair climbers like I've got. Great deals on display models, too. Have a home gym that needs some help? Get your rubber flooring and all the accessories you need. Get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Do you have a wood deck that could use a little TLC this season? Start by giving it a good cleaning to remove dirt, pollen, or any mold or mildew. Then, if you're left with gray wood and decide you want to restain, use a wood brightener product first. Finally, when you're ready to bring life and color back into your deck, choose Penifin Ultra Premium Red Label Wood Stain. Its highly penetrating Brazilian rosewood oil formula provides superior protection for your wood deck. Penifin Red Label Wood Stain. On sale now at Dunn Lumber.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best. But I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the real news is that Maura was 2 for 2. Both callers she thought were drunk. Both of them texted in to say, yeah, that was me and I was drunk.
I used to work in a bar.
Brock says, that was me, and yes, I was hammered. Mike had made fun of me that day, but love you guys. Also funny, because I don't really remember saying it either. What a world we live in. Well, it's good to take your mind off some of the pain. How do you lose 2 out of 3 to the Reds at home? It really is frustrating, and they put themselves in a position to win the series, and unfortunately yesterday, got away from them. They had a chance early, get down, early 2-1, but then Luke Raley came up with a big hit.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, line drive into the gap, right center field. It's a base hit. Randy scores. Here comes Naylor around third. He scores, and the Mariners have the lead.
really helped and picked up Cal Raleigh, who had popped up right before that. You could feel the frustration in that moment, right? Cal does not usually bash his bat against the ground, but you could see some of the frustration.
Runners in scoring position challenge, less than 2 outs, just do your job. Even sack fly deep, just do your job.
You could feel some of that frustration that has been mounting for the team. And, Luke picked him up, but unfortunately, even up 3-2, couldn't hold it. Bizzardo with a tough sixth inning ends up giving up a 3-run shot in the seventh, and then they just couldn't overcome it. So some good signs. Josh Naylor with a couple of hits. That's 5 in his last 2 games. Julio smoked a double. That's good news. Cal drove in a run yesterday. But, overall, they're just not playing up to snuff.
Yeah, tough afternoon today. I thought Emerson, gave us everything he had today. Another quality start from the staff, and wasn't sure, if he was going to be able to get through that 6th inning.
I appreciate Dan going right to the positive, but it was a tough afternoon. It was a tough series. And that is a 500 homestand after a 1-5 road trip.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's okay to recognize some of that stuff.
You know what strikes me is we're 100 and some games into the season now, where we got enough marquee data to kind of grab hold of just kind of where the team is in different ways. And we know some of the offensive production woes and the inconsistencies. But kind of what strikes me is just like that guy that hit that 3-run bomb yesterday who I'd never heard of before, young player. That was like his 23rd bomb of the year.
Well, he's an all-star.
I mean, I understand, but had you heard of him before this series?
I had, yeah. I mean, during the All-Star game.
Thank you.
A week or so
Jordan's got 34. Schwarber's got 33. Hunter Goodman's got 31. Ben Rice has got 30. Wow. Camanero's got 29. And we don't have anybody sniffing 20. That stuff makes a difference. That one swing right there can make such a difference and such an impact.
Power is enormously important in baseball,
no
matter how many other things you do.
This team is built on slug. This team is built on slugging.
Yeah.
The city was built on rock and roll.
Well, but
this
Brock,
team was built on
your 2 biggest sluggers aren't slugging. I think we've talked about that quite a bit.
Have we?
If those 2 guys are slugging a normal amount, you're probably not 15th. You're probably 10th or 9th or 8th, and you're doing just fine. But instead, those guys aren't getting it done. Super frustrating. Off day today. Tough stretch for the trade deadline. 4 in Texas starts tomorrow, then to the Dodgers, then home for the Twins and Tigers.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Nick Eamon of the utmost importance to the Seahawks defense, and now we know why he's on PUP. Brady Henderson reporting yesterday that he had a cleanup procedure on his ankle, Brock, after he had hurt it twice last season. According to Brady's source, they knew Eamon might eventually require surgery, tried to manage his ankle over the offseason, but as he was ramping up for the start of training camp, he continued to experience soreness and then opted to have an arthroscopic procedure that was performed earlier this month. So it didn't just happen. It sounds like it happened a couple of weeks ago. So hopefully that increases the time that he gets back here more quickly. I did not phrase that well. And then also, it's just a scope. It's not a full surgery, right? Just a scope.
Yeah, I'm going to guess, as I said, I'm going to guess with a couple injuries in there, a high ankle and then the low ankle before the Super Bowl, that, maybe we'll rest. And I feel good enough. I went out there the whole offseason. He looked great. I mean, you would have no idea. There was no limp. There was no hobble. There was no extra spat. There was none of that. But just didn't feel 100%. So here's a chance to go clean it up on aisle 4 and make sure he is 100%, try to sustain through the course of a long year. By the way, who's the leading home run hitter for the Mariners? With 15. 15 is the leader in the house right now. Dom, Rayleigh, and Julio all have 15. Yeah. That is tied for 60th. 60th in the league right now. That's just not tenable.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Seahawks will be in business tomorrow, Brock. Everybody reports. Everyone will be there. Probably other than the guys that are on PUP. Zach Charbonnet, another one. He goes on PUP yesterday. I don't think that was a big surprise to anyone. Been playing you some of this sound from Cooper Kupp throughout the morning, comparing being in Seattle to being in L.A.
In L.A., if the offense had a bad day, the entire day was awful. Like, there was nothing good that happened. If the offense was bad, it's like, no, this is awful. Sean's in a terrible mood. He's ripping everyone. There was days in training camp where I thought, oh, boy, we just had a tough one offensively. And Mike brings it up, he's like, hey, guys, this is how we practice. This is how we practice. Right? That needs to be the model every time. You're like, oh, yeah, there's like this thing. The offensive coaches, defensive coaches just seeing their side of the ball. So that part was nice. because you're like, okay, there's a little bit of like, you get to be your own, like, you really are your own critic on a lot of this stuff, and you're really challenging yourself as an offense.
Just trying to figure out whether or not it's that he's like that for just the opposite of McVay, or whether he is a little more able to, be okay with however it went.
Well, you've asked him a couple different occasions, a couple different times.
Yeah.
I think that question, I think he's maybe in a little better mood when his group that he's calling the plays for has a more dominant day. But he does have some balance, and it's not just offense, defense. It's that other phase of it that is we play all the highlights of all these games, and we'll in an hour for week number 4. That special teams phase, that's the one where Sean McVay has failed. That's where the Rams have failed.
Yep.
And, we'll see if it gets better and looks in the mirror and fixes. And, frankly, Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. And that unit has often failed them. Didn't fail last year. In fact, was a major reason why the Seahawks lifted Lombardi.
Absolutely. All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, just to let you know, at 9:30, yes, Brock, we will go through the Week 4 win over the Arizona Cardinals. That was a Thursday night game, so Al Michaels on the call. That was kind of fun. So I watched the highlights from that last night, and I've got some thoughts and see if you can remember how that game went down.
We chatted with Al last year, right?
I think we did, yeah.
Before I think it was before the Rams Thursday night, late in the year.
That sounds right. But we talked to Al, which was always super exciting. I love myself some Al. Opening game this year is going to be on NBC, right? So you're looking at Tirico and Collinsworth. We're probably going to want to see if we can talk to those guys before that goes down. That'll be super fun. I loved when we had Collinsworth on that time, but that was like a decade ago. All right, so we'll go through that game, the Thursday night game against Arizona, coming up at 9:30. Up next, God, it's been too long. We got to talk to Big Ray. I don't even have notes. I just want to talk to Big Ray, and I think it'll go in a lot of fun directions next on Brock and Salk.
Back on February 8th, the countdown started at 167 days.
3, 2, 1.
Right after the clock showed zeros.
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The champs are back on the field in just 2 days when Seahawks training camp begins.
We know that we're target number 1 now.
And nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of the Super Bowl champs. Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. Obviously, training camp getting underway. Players undergoing those final preps to get ready. That means the weigh-ins, the conditioning test, getting the diet all sorted out and getting it right. Yeah, let them inspire you, right? If they're in the best shape of their life, why not be in the best shape of your life? The good news is you don't have to put on the pads. You don't have to go through training camp. You don't even have to go to the gym. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, man. They'll help you lose 30 to 40 pounds. You can do it by the start of the season. All natural, no pills, no injections, no side effects. It's just a plan with healthy meals, coaching, and accountability, and the support you need. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. I did it by going to the grocery store, following their plan, eating the right foods, and dropping that weight. It really wasn't that hard, and it could be you by the end of the summer. You just got to make an excuse to get it done. Start with a 15-minute phone call. That's free, and you can schedule yours at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Again, that's eastsideweightlossclinic.com, because the only thing you have to lose is the weight itself. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
The Sherwin-Williams summer sale is here. Get 30% off select paints and stains or 35% off our newest product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this waterman is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best?
The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends July 31st. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
If it's blocking your view, keeping your yard dark or shaded, or impossible to mow around, get rid of that tree or stump this summer with P&D Tree Service. They'll do it safely and quickly, cleaning up your yard in the process. P&D Tree turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. One tree or land clearing, they have the tools and expertise for the job. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever seen a tree removed by crane? PndTreeservice.com.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts today at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Clearance prices on masts, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting, and incredible savings on a custom-fit dry suit. Big savings on advanced scuba classes. Underwater Sports' 50th Annual Divers Fair starts today at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store, 107th and Aurora Avenue North. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Copstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures and followed the outcomes. They have the experience to know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk.
weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I've been avoiding telling you, Brock, but I have been using the ab roller every day.
Oh. Now, why would you avoid telling me?
Because you're annoying.
You're a dear friend of all these years.
Because you're annoying when it comes to anything along these lines.
Really?
You're competitive, you're judgy, and I don't like talking to you about these things.
Whoa, Mike, I just want you healthy.
No, you're competitive and you're judgy.
Well, maybe I'll go get my ab wheel, and during the next break, I better get on it.
How many of those can you do?
I don't. I got to be real careful with my low back on that thing, honestly.
I'm trying to do it.
I'm a little
to help
surprised.
my back.
Yeah, I'm surprised with your upper body nerve issues.
I know. That hasn't been a problem, but I'm trying to help the core, and it is. I can kind of get to 10, but like I don't do them nearly as well. Like Cecily gets all the way down. I can't go all the way, or like I'll die.
No.
I feel like if I go all the way down on that thing, I'll never come back.
Well, imagine if Big Ray tried to go all the way down. He would be like in Tukwila
Ray's like
with
a
the length
shell
of his arms.
Ray is so thin. Like,
no, I'm talking about the length of his arms with that ab roller, Salk.
That's true.
Imagine that.
He'd need a full gym just to get it done. Yes. Hi, Ray. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
You ever use the ab roller?
The ab roller. Have you ever seen me, Mike?
So when you're, hold on a minute. So go back, take me back. I love you, man. I was literally saying to Brock yesterday, we haven't talked to Ray in forever, and then he called you to come on today. I'm so happy about that. But take me back. You're a first round pick NFL left tackle, right? You're in the gym, you're throwing up weight, you're benching, you're squatting, you're doing all that stuff. Do you do anything for your abs and your core when you're an NFL left tackle? Do you do anything?
Beat it.
Planks? Did we at least do some planks?
Dude, I didn't know what a plank was until about 2 years ago.
Okay.
This is how crazy it is, Mike. Like, so I've been trying to be healthier and working out and all this other kind of stuff, and starting to kind of understand like how important it is to do ab work. And it probably wasn't until about 3 months ago that I realized that there's a difference between your abs and your core. I thought it was all the same stuff.
Huh.
And so when you asked me, was I thinking about core and ab work when I was in the league, that would be a big fat zero. It was like bench press, squats, power cleans. That was it. And if I wasn't doing that, I probably wasn't in the gym.
Do you think that's true now, or the guys, like, is a left tackle now a little bit more on top of all of that?
Well, I just think the attention is on top of all of it. Like all this functional strength and things like that wasn't a big deal. When I was playing, it was more all these Olympic lifts. So that's why you were doing all this power clean, and your bench press max was important. Your power clean max, your deadlift, all that kind of stuff. Those things were like the big numbers that you wanted to get. But then, as time goes and things get better and people have better understanding, then it's more like how strong can you be through the different movements you got to make. Right. And so then that then starts to kind of impact like your core and your abs and all that kind of stuff.
All right. So will you answer a real question for me? If you could,
Sure.
If you could go back, would you prefer to play in a time where they knew all of that and it could have really helped you achieve maximum performance and make you an even better player than you were? Or would you prefer to play in the time you were at where nobody was doing that? So it's like, screw it. Nobody did it. So it was all kind of evened out.
I feel like it would be the same no matter what. Like if
so might
back
as well
then,
not do it.
Nobody was thinking about it, and so we didn't do it. But if back then everybody was thinking about it, we'd do it. And so you kind of be in the same thing. But I've always just had like a soft midsection there, Hoss, and I just embraced that thing, and it's just kind of been part of who I am. And even now with all the work that I try to do, it's still there. It's a Roberts thing, and I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon. So I just embrace it and keep it moving.
Well, just embracing who Big Ray is for the last couple decades and knowing him, I have a sense there's a narrative, there's a sports radio conversation, there's something going on right now that you're just annoyed by. It just bothers you. You're just sick and tired of hearing something. What is that something with the start of training camp tomorrow?
Well, I'm always going to be the guy that there's two things. One
soft belly. One, number
soft
two.
Belly. But one is the heavy dependence on all of the data that ends up meaning something, and it to me, like, the data is cool stuff, but it's just a part of the pie. It's not the pie, and I don't want to like offend people, but a lot of people that haven't played the game rely really heavily on the data, and then you don't have an appreciation for what it means to actually play the game, and so then sometimes you can't put the two together. And so I always say that, like, if you have the data can be misleading and the narrative can be empty, so you have to put them both together, and so then that's what tells the whole story. And so you can't just say whatever your data point is means that person is good or bad or indifferent. You have to put the whole story together. And so some of that stuff kind of drives me a little bit crazy. And then just kind of the old dude in me, just sometimes I feel like it cheapens the experience of the people that played, because then you want to argue data, and it's like, man, like, that sometimes the data doesn't mean a damn thing when someone's freaking punch you in the face. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't. It really doesn't. Like if you're driving someone's back into the dirt, I don't care what their win percentage is on the pass rush. Their back is in the dirt. You know, if you're sacking the quarterback, I don't care what your pressure rate is, because some quarterbacks play really well under pressure. They don't play well when their back is on the ground. And so when you start trying to say that, well, this guy gets this many pressures, but he only has 5 sacks. Well, I don't care about the pressures. I want the sacks. The play's over when your back is on the ground. And so that type of stuff kind of gets at me a little bit. And then more recently, just like listening to the responses of obviously you don't want to see people lose their jobs, but like with the layoffs at ESPN, and then all of the sympathy and things for people that are being laid off, and all the cases that have been made for why they shouldn't have and why they should stay and how bad the system is. But then they don't have that same type of, I don't know what's a better word for, I don't want to say compassion, but they don't have that same type of response for players that are like, you can be let go tomorrow. And then instead of that same type of response, you get the case of why they should have been let go, and why they're not worth what they were worth, and all these different kinds of things. And so it kind of forces you to kind of almost be selfish. And I'm not that type of a dude, but there are times in your life where you have to be selfish to secure the things that you need. But it doesn't mean that you're not being a team player and doing it.
That's Ray Roberts with us. Brock, what was there was a video that G sent us a couple of weeks ago, and I don't think we ever ended up playing the sound. I forget who it was, making some of the same point that Ray just made about
data.
Yeah, but especially in football. Look, it's not baseball. Baseball, the data really can tell you the story. And sometimes the data in baseball, will actually tell you a more accurate story than what your eyes think that they're seeing. But the NFL is so interconnected, and there are so many things that can't be captured by stats that Ray, I tend to agree with you. As much as we try to use the stats to figure stuff out, it is so hard to ignore what your eyes show you in this game.
Well, it's not only just what your eyes are showing you, but you can't measure a person's heart. Like if you're playing baseball and the data says, I don't follow baseball, so I'm going to jack up the data. But if the data says, that this guy hits a certain percentage in a certain situation, but you can't measure what's in that dude's brain when he walks up to the plate. You can't measure if he can handle the moment. Mm-hmm. If he can handle the noise, or if you don't know, what's going on in his relationships in the locker room, like all those types of things matter. And so you can't just rely on the data. So that's why I always say, I've played football. I played football for a long time. And so I played in teams that could run the ball really, really well. And it didn't matter if a guy, was the best defensive lineman in the league. If you're in his freaking grill and he's having to get off blocks and make tackles all day with a running back that's running downhill, you can't measure when he taps the top of his helmet and he's telling the sideline, hey, I need to get up out of here for a second. There's no data point for that. The only data point for that is that you're getting your ass kicked. That's it. And you can't put a data point to that. And so that's the part where I think the people that rely heavily on data just can't speak to that piece. If you haven't been in that fire, and it's not like a knock against them. It's just that you haven't been in that fire. I can't go tell a doctor, what it's like to do some type of surgery when I haven't been in the fire. I can have all the data that the reports say about different types of surgeries, but I haven't been in the surgery room with the scaffold and with the pressure of actually doing it. And so I think some of that gets overlooked a little bit, or a lot actually.
Yeah, especially in the off season when there is no video, when all of it has been crunched and evaluated and talked through. Hey, one of the storylines of camp, Big Ray is with us here, Ray Roberts. One of the bigger storylines of camp and really into the season will be the new play caller. Brian Fleury is in, replacing Clint Kubiak, elevated to head coach with the Raiders. Just kind of curious, Ray, from your life experience, who were some of your favorite offensive coordinators? And what did the good ones do to set themselves apart from maybe those that you struggled with?
I would say probably, and you knew this guy, the best coordinator I had, mostly because we had some good players, was Tom Moore when I was in Detroit. And I remember there was the year that Barry rushed for 2,000 yards. We only had like 53 yards rushing after 2 games, Barry did. And so he called a lot of us, myself, Kevin Glover, Herman Moore, the quarterbacks, Barry, a few of us in, and just said, hey, like, what do you guys see that we need to be doing more? And just that move alone, whether you thought he was a great play caller or not, that spoke to his leadership for me in that situation, because he could have just kept doing what he was doing.
Nice right slam blunt check with me. Nice right slam blunt check with me.
Exactly. Run.
Oh, whoever plays the hardest, the longest wins.
Oh, my God.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started on
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Ray. Appreciate that. Thanks.
I just love that he did that. And so I really did appreciate that in him. And then we had this guy, Sylvester Crooms, that came in after him that was pretty good too. But he's only in the league for just a little bit. But I really liked him in Detroit. I can't speak for, what we're doing in Seattle at the time. But those 2 dudes were pretty good. Funny story about Tom Moore, though, is when I signed with Detroit, he called me, and I've never heard him talk in his life. And then he was, like, hey, what are you doing? And I was like, after a while, I'm like, hey, coach, what are you doing? And he's like, what do you mean? I said, it sounds like you went for a run or something. He you can't catch your breath. Like he was.
Ray.
And I didn't know that that's just how he talked. And so then when I got to Detroit, dude, I was just like laughing. It was funny because I was just like, oh, my bad, dog. Like,
Ray, it would not be a visit with you if we didn't talk at least a little bit of offensive line. We were talking about the Seahawks this morning earlier, and I was saying, all right, if they're going to be better this year, one of the key groups that can get better is that offensive line. Obviously, it got a lot better last year, but I've been kind of going back and watching all of the games in order, and the beginning of the year was okay. I mean, like, it wasn't as bad as it had been, but it certainly wasn't what it looked like by the end of the year, with the same group coming back and another year in the same type of system and the chemistry and all of it. Can the offensive line be even better this year?
I think it can, and I think you hit on 2 points there, is that you have the same offensive line coach, and hopefully, the calls and techniques and the plays and things are going to be pretty much the same and similar. I think that part is important, and because I do think that with all of the changeover over the years, that has impacted the ability for them to develop offensive linemen, because you get a different coach, a different system, a different voice, different ways to explain the same technique, all these different kinds of things. And so that impacts your ability to develop as a player. So I even, people point mostly to Bradford. And I remember talking to him at some point last year, and he's talked about how many different offensive line coaches he's had since college. And so he hasn't really been under the same voice for very long, And so for a guy who, as a player, was, I would say, for the lack of a better phrase, immature, like player-wise, not as a person, that's important, because if you're constantly learning something new and a new way to do it, it becomes really hard to do. And so I think, and even like a guy like Charles Cross, there were things in his game that needed some improvement, but you could tell at times where, because you've heard so many different voices, you just kind of go back to what you know. And you can tell that sometimes his technique slid back to just what he knew, and it may not have been the best for what was happening. But I do think that with this offensive line coming back, with the dudes they have coming back, with the success they had last year, and even though at the beginning of the season last year the running game wasn't clicking the way they wanted it to, but the running game will still have an impact on the passing game. And so I think that was one thing they can lean their head on, as they were really learning that wide zone, because you could tell that they were kind of struggling with that a little bit. But then as they kind of got a handle of it down the stretch, and then Kenneth Walker was just running with a little bit more conviction and commitment to what they were trying to get done, then the running game picked up and everything else was better. So I do think they'll be better. I do love that, the thing that's important to me is that they have Gray Zabel coming back healthy and they have Big Abe coming back healthy, because those two dudes are tone setters. They are guys that are ready. They're ready for that smoke all the time. It doesn't matter. If there's going to be a fight, they're going to be in it. If there's going to be a battle, they're going to be in it. And to me, you have to have that type of stuff on the offensive line. And it's one of those things like a data point can't measure. You can't measure when Gray Zabel's 5 yards, 10 yards down the field trying to drive someone in the back. It can't measure when Abe is tossing people over piles and chasing the ball down the field. It can't measure that kind of stuff. And this team needs that on the offensive line. And those two dudes carry it with pride. And so I do think that, having the same voice as an offensive line coach, and then also just having some of that success and knowing what it looks and feels like is going to help with the offensive line.
Right. It's interesting. I told Salk the other day, and we had team camp, and literally I said I could watch these practice reps. There were probably 400 of them, all these scrimmage reps for 7-8 hours. And sure enough, yesterday, the boys had the day off, and we were watching tape. And all of a sudden, we started at like 1 o'clock. We ended at 4. You would have loved to have been in Coach's office. Ben Hamilton, 10-year NFL lineman. Ralph Tam, 12-year NFL lineman. I loved it. I'm learning. I'm so curious about every little inch and technique. And again, all those things that the data doesn't really measure, but you just listen to their years and years of experience. So with that in mind, what do you think Benton does best? As like an O-line guru, whether it was technique, whether it was communicate, just take me into how they went from a decade of darkness by most metrics out there to being one of the top 10 O-lines last year. What did you see him do specifically?
Yeah, so he reminded me when I watched him last year, just running drills and implementing plays and skills and techniques. It reminded me a lot of Howard Mudd. And the thing I loved about Howard is that Howard kind of had a way of coaching that empowered the player. And so based on your ability, he would give you like a couple different ways to execute the block. And so he would do it based on what he thought that you're capable of. So what the right tackle could do on the outside zone might be different than what the left tackle could do on outside zone based on like their athletic ability and technique and stuff. So as I'm watching them do drills, with different players, he would go like, well, you might want to think about doing it this way, like talking to a particular player, like instead of pulling around a guard, instead of pulling around the tackle, which may not be your strong suit, like you might be able to just go straight up to the second level, just take the right angle so you can get to the outside shoulder and just go straight up to the.
In case in point, I mean, isn't case in point the difference of Anthony Bradford and Gray Zabel's skill sets and talents and differences?
Exactly. Yeah, you're not going to ask them to do the same thing. When I was with Seattle, it was myself and Bill Hitchcock. Bill Hitchcock was a big, strong, powerful dude. I was more athletic than he was, so there were different things that I could do that he couldn't, and so that's a perfect example. And so, like, even there's a couple times where they had Bradford pull. I probably wouldn't have him pull much. Like he doesn't know, he doesn't do good looking up the person he's pulling the trap and things. Yeah. And but Gray Zabel is a freaking missile when he does that. And so that's the thing I love about him. It's not necessarily like all the like motivation and screaming and yelling. He does a great job of looking at seeing what you need in your tool belt and then putting those tools in there so that when it's time to play, you have those different things to go with. And that's what I loved about him. So you can call that communication. You can call it empowerment. You can call it a bunch of different things. But I'm the type of player that responds to stuff like that, because sometimes I would come to the sideline. I go, hey, Howard, like, I tried what you coached me, but it ain't working. And he'd go like, well, Ray, like, what do you think will work? And I'm like, this is what I'm going to try. We'll go do it. And then and that's what I would do. And so I love the way that that Benton has that type of relationship with the players where he's giving them options. It's not just stuck into, hey, you have to do it this way, and if it's not that way, then I guess you can't play for us. It's like, hey, like, based on your ability, like, maybe think about doing it this way. Now, you can do it the other way, but this might be the best option for you in this situation. So I love that about it.
No, and hopefully Howard Mudd wouldn't say something like, hey, man, work on your core, and we get you doing a whole bunch of these things. Maybe they'd work a little better for you when you're out there. Stop deadlifting all the time and start doing some ab work. Ray.
Well, Howard
Hey,
would-
Ray,
Howard would
it
tell you
was
to work
so
on your
good to
pushback.
talk to you, Ray. And it's been so long since we had a chance to catch up.
Hey, Brock, when I was there and I did the coaching internship, and I was riding to practice with him from lunch one day, and we were on the golf cart, and he was he was trying to eat a shrimp, and he was trying to talk, and he was kind of shaking at the same time. This shrimp was kicking his butt, dude. Like, I was just like, man, like, I've never seen a shrimp beat somebody up, but Coach, you're struggling with the shrimp over there, bro. Like,
Did Salk tell you? Did Salk tell you to tell that story? Because the exact same thing happened at Rose Holman Institute in Terre Haute, Indiana, in training camp when that dude is ripping everybody, and we're at lunch, and under their breath, they're like, "Look at Tom. Look at Tom over there. That shrimp is kicking his butt, kicking his mouth."
No. This is my own personal experience.
You guys are unbelievable.
I was like, man, this shrimp is like killing you, dog. Like freaking get a hot dog or something, or get like a piece of bread or something, because that thing is like Muhammad Ali with you right now.
Did he remember you? Because I know he doesn't always remember Brock. Did he remember you when you went to the coaching internship?
Oh yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Ray was a star. He actually remembered Ray.
Yeah, Ray, he played.
Brock's left-handed. What? All right, Ray. Thanks, buddy.
Ray.
We appreciate you.
Ray.
Good to
So
catch
good.
up. Let's do it again soon.
All right, you guys have a good one, man.
There you go. The great Ray Roberts. Wow. I don't think I've ever heard you tell the story about Tom Moore and the shrimp. So
I think we need to do a segment.
Funny.
A whole segment where you speak in, what's that naughty show you guys watch? Love Island. And I speak as Tom Moore. I think we need to do a whole segment. I think I could pull off the Tom Moore.
I'll tell you. I've had my butt kicked by a shrimp before. So stupid, too. We were leaving Maui one time. Heather and I were leaving. The whole family was leaving Hawaii. We were like kind of in a rush, so we went to like a food truck stop. They had all these different food trucks, and I was trying to be fast. And this one place had a short line. So I was like, "Oh, okay, I'll grab that." And it ended up being a shrimp place. I'm like, "Okay, yeah, I'll take some peel. Fine, shrimp, cool, go." And it took forever. Like, it took like an hour for them to get me the shrimp. They finally get it to me. I'm eating in the car as we go, and it turns out it's peel and eat shrimp, and it was like Hot Ones level spicy. So I'm in the car on the drive to the airport, and I'm trying to peel the shrimp. The stuff is all over me. I'm sweating like a pig, and my family continues to make fun of me for it this day. So, Tom Moore, I know how you feel, buddy. I know how you feel.
Seattle Sports, home of Bumpin' Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Safety Nick Manwari on PUP to begin training camp. One thing I want to say about preseason PUP is it is not the PUP list to miss time during the season.
It could be something real simple. And they're like, all right, he's already in good shape. He's been to all of our stuff. It's not like he's going to get lots of reps during the preseason games. I'm hoping it's just being really, really cautious when it comes to Nick and Manwari.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
So you need to have a system where if a customer wants to transact online, shop their vehicle, find their vehicle, fill everything out, and do as much paperwork even online, and buy the car online, and then come in at an appointment time so they can be in and out in an efficient time, hey, my target goal is an hour. If you want to take half those steps, just know that, yeah, you're going to have another hour of transaction and paperwork, and then you're going to have roughly an hour of delivery. Some people even want more than that because it's a lot of technology. So it's making it available so a customer that wants to go 25, 50, or 100% meet them there where they want to be. If you want to take all these steps, I can meet you there.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way. Come in, have fun. Muckleshoot.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Come in, have fun. Muckleshoot.
A Wilt Chamberlain 1972 playoff game-worn jacket was recently bought for $3 at a Goodwill in Portland. You may not be sitting on a warm-up jacket worn by Wilt the Stilt, but there's serious value to your old gold, jewelry, watches, silver, and coins. Dave Wyman encouraging you to see what they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Issaquah, Tacoma, and Linwood. They'll give you an honest, no-pressure assessment for free. See how much they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins, and if the price is right, cash in.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Puget Sound remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Cool cars, cool people, good tires. It's the Good Guys 38th Griot's Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals, a giant car show featuring over 3,000 of the Northwest's finest hot rods, muscle cars, classic trucks, and more. Enjoy live music, a free family fun zone featuring the Auto World Model Car Make and Take, and Earth-Shaking Nitro Thunderfest, and more. Happening all this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center in Puyallup. Details at good-guys.com.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
This is a test of your emergency alert system. This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Mark is sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
That was super fun, man. Great to catch up with Ray Roberts. Dude's hilarious. I've always just loved the guy. He's just such an entertaining person, puts a smile on my face. A really just warm person. It's kind of been a day like that. It's a sort of an aggravating Thursday. The Mariners just dropped this stupid series to the Reds. It's like not as sunny out as it's been the last couple days, but people like Ray put a smile on your face. You guys don't know Charles as well. Charles is in the building today, filling in on the board. Charles always puts to know Charles is to smile. As soon as I walked in late today, Brock, I was running late, like 10 minutes late, like as late as I've ever been. Like I was running late. Okay. Everything just took an extra time this morning. You know what I mean? Shower took extra time. I woke up a little late. I did this, took everything took a while. And I come into the studio to put all my stuff down and go get my tea. And I see Charles, huge smile on his face, just the best, giant high five. And he's like, I was like, hey, I'm late. And he's like, you got 35 minutes before the show. I was like, you know what? You're absolutely right. I do have time. Thanks, Charles. Thank you for just making me happy.
You bet, Salk.
So give us a joke, Charles. Every time you come in, you love a good love a good joke.
Okay.
What's our riddle today? What do we got?
Are you ready, guys?
Yep.
We're ready.
What piece of furniture shows affection?
What piece of furniture?
Oh, I know this. There's
a VP joke in here somewhere.
Nope, I know it. The love seat.
Love seat. You got
Yeah!
Nice.
I got it, Charles.
Nice.
My first ever.
Well done. You got one more? Or is
I
that
got another one.
All right, give us one more.
All right.
Love seat. I should have. Yeah. JD Vance. Yep.
How do we marry a piece of string?
How do we marry a piece of string?
I know this one too. I am just in your head right
tie
now,
the knot.
Charles.
We tie the knot.
Right. All right. Good job. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you, Charles.
You bet, everybody.
That's Charles filling in on the board today. More, I'm sorry to take some time away from buy or sell, but that just had to be done. Can we do a quick buy or sell? Are we ready for that? Maybe we're not. I might not have organized this well enough.
Yeah, we can.
All right, let's do a little buy or sell. You might need to tell Charles on the where he needs to go. This is my fault. There we go. Oh, we don't tell Charles anything. He's ready.
Charles in charge. Don't you dare tell Charles anything.
Of our days and our lives.
Charles in charge.
Did you have a version of Charles in Charge you preferred? There was really two totally different versions.
I
If you're
never
going
really got-
which is better.
Yeah, I never really got into that.
Yeah, it's the Nicole Eggert version. But okay.
That was with the Powell family.
Yeah. What was the other family?
Pembroke.
Yeah. Not as good. As long as Buddy Lembeck was in there, it was all fine.
I know who played him.
What was his name?
Willie Ames.
Oh, yes, Willie Ames.
Yeah,
And
he's
Scott
from
Baio.
Eight is Enough.
Yeah, he's hilarious. Love me some Buddy. All right, Maura, what do we got?
All right. First up, Logan Gilbert is the Mariners' ace this year.
Yeah, I'm about that.
You are?
I am. Woo's way too inconsistent on the road.
Yeah.
Bryce's last couple have been a little finicky. I was going to say Bryce, but obviously Bryce started slow, and the last couple been a little finicky.
I'm selling this. The Mariners don't have an ace this year. They just
Sold
have another
in the
ace.
back row.
I can't give any of them ace status. None of them have truly been a stopper. No one has pitched like an ace. That's
actually
a
going to be
big
my
word.
original question. Do the Mariners have it?
Yeah, the answer is no. I'm sorry,
But
I can't
that's
go
not a buy or
there.
sell.
I love all the guys, and they've all pitched well in various ways. But ace is a big word, short word, but it means a lot. And I'm going to say no ace.
Okay. All right.
Buy or sell, Bryson DeChambeau is a bigger crybaby than Sean McVay.
Oh, that's a good question. Both big crybabies. I'm going to say I'll sell that also.
McVay.
McBay.
What was it?
I don't care about you, McBay.
You're selling.
I'm selling. Sean
Sold
McVay
in the back row.
is a much bigger crybaby than Bryson is because he's been keeping this thing going for months. Bryson's a crybaby in the moment, but then he moves on.
He moves on. Yeah, I think that's
Sean
good.
McVay's been a crybaby for months now about this stupid
Well,
thing.
and if you listen to that Cooper Kupp sound from that McAfee, it sounds
Right.
like he cries and whines at practice.
Every
If
day.
offense isn't good, day, he's going to whine. And
I'll tell you what. If I'm Mike McDonald, I don't want to hear any more of these geniuses who've come up with the incredible idea that he's like a defensive Sean McVay. I'm going to be like, no. I'm even keeled. I know what I'm doing. This guy is off his rocker. He can't control his emotions. He lost the Super Bowl and almost quit football. He's the biggest baby in the sport.
Brock, you're selling too.
sure, that was really good. That
lady in the second row.
She's an 8, she's a 9, she's a 10, I know. Do you know that song, Charles?
I know it.
She got ruby red lips and what?
Blonde hair, blue eyes.
And I'm about to bid what?
I didn't
My
remember
heart
the ending,
goodbye.
but I did remember some of the chorus.
The heart you bid goodbye? I thought it was a different part of the anatomy.
Yeah, I remembered who sang that.
Oh yeah, who's that?
John Michael Montgomery.
Yes, sir.
I didn't know that. For damn sure.
Yeah, but you now do, Salk.
Laura?
We had Lyle for so long who didn't know anything, and Charles is like a wealth of pop culture knowledge. We've learned so much about game shows today.
Man, some of the jokes coming in, people are writing in their own jokes, bro.
I like it.
What's Irish and stays out all summer?
G. Scott.
Patio furniture.
Oh.
Jeez, Scott.
Salk, I got a joke. What Mariner likes to walk around the locker room naked? Victor Robles.
Gosh, that was a good one.
That was pretty good. Victor Robles.
Wow, Brock.
Oh, keep them coming. Keep them coming, please.
Buy or sell, Bud Clark plays 75% or more of the defensive snaps.
Oh, sold.
Sell that.
Sold.
Yeah.
Oh, lady in the second row.
Oh, she's an ace.
In 2027, though, I'm buying.
Okay.
Not for this year.
Yeah.
Although I kind of hope it's true. I hope he takes that job and just kills it. So I hope that one's true.
Who do you think starts opposite Julian Love? Wednesday night against the Chicago Bears.
Oh, I think it'll be Ty Okada.
You think so?
Yeah, I think it will be. But I mean, we haven't even seen the guy play yet. How the hell do
I think
know?
Anthony Bell will enter that conversation too.
Anthony Bell? I love it. All right.
Buy or sell, the Mariners have multiple Gold Glove winners in 2026.
Multiple?
What?
We're not going to have any Gold Glove winners in 2026. They're not good at hitting enough to win a defensive award in this league. No, zero. The Mariners will have
Sold
zero.
in the back row.
26 or 27?
What player on this team is even competing for a Gold Glove?
I mean, Cole Young is competing for.
You're not going to win that. He didn't even make the All-Star team.
Correct.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, no, sold.
Okay, moving
Silly.
on. Buy or sell
Victor
that we
Robles.
get some.
It's hilarious.
Buy or sell, do you think they'll edit this out, or do you think we'll get some awkward Mike McDonald pauses on hard?
Oh, it's a great question.
Are you
doesn't do
buying
that
that we'll
anymore,
get
does he?
some awkward pauses?
Yeah, I'll buy it. I think we will. I hope so. I really hope so.
It makes you feel better when you see other places, right? Like it's not you that's causing them.
I hope so. I hope that too, Maura. I hope that also. All right, there's a quick buy or sell. Yeah.
Buy or sell, Dave Pearson editing Hard Knocks will be the most difficult editor that HBO has ever dealt with.
Oh, for sure. For sure. In 2 words. For sure. F-I-R-S-I-R.
Victor Robles.
S-H-I-R. Victor Robles. All right, thank you, Maura. Good stuff. And thank you, Charles. Great jokes. And thank you to the people for writing a couple in as well. We'll give you guys everything you need to know next. And then, Brock, I got to get through week 4. Week 4 of the Seahawks. This has been so enlightening for me. I have learned so much. I should do this every year, whether they win the Super Bowl or not. I've learned more doing this than almost any other exercise we've done in years. It's coming up. I'm Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Cole Young, I mean, he just comes up clutch.
Afternoons 2 to 7.
Game's on the line. Say you're tired. 2 outs. Who do you want up at the plate right now? At this very moment after 100 games, who do you trust the most up there? For a young guy in his first full season, he's had some big moments already.
Cole Young's only 22, so it's really exciting for the future.
And by the way, the only player on this roster to play every single game.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
It's summertime and the living is easy. If you're like me, you're spending nights on the patio listening to the game and enjoying what makes our area so beautiful. Dave Wyman here, and I have just the offer for you to get the most out of your outdoor living space. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off the final project. I've loved working with Harley Exteriors. They're a local company right here in Bothell, down-to-earth people who enjoy the same things we all do, rooting on our local teams and doing the best job we possibly can day in and day out. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home space and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires July 31st, 2026.
Go to HarleyExteriors.com.
Bigger food needs call for even bigger savings. Get more at Chef Store for your restaurant, food truck, or event with warehouse savings on food service essentials and grilling favorites. Plus, we're open to the public, no membership required. Visit Chef Store today.
If it's blocking your view, keeping your yard dark or shaded, or impossible to mow around, get rid of that tree or stump this summer with P&D Tree Service. They'll do it safely and quickly, cleaning up your yard in the process. P&D Tree turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. One tree or land clearing, they have the tools and expertise for the job. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever seen a tree removed by crane? PndTreeService.com.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts today at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Incredible savings for 3 days only.
Divers Fair only happens once each year at Underwater Sports, 107th and Aurora Avenue North.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Did you know that 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state? I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide financial support for breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Join us at Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 23rd at the Somme Hotel in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon of inspiration. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 23rd at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Summer is for going big.
Julio! Dead center field, solo home run, 4-0 Mariners.
Summer is for showing out.
Crawford, out of the glove, Emerson to first. What a play!
Summer is for Mariners baseball.
Cal Raleigh with an RBI double. The big dumper comes through in the clutch.
Where else do you get 9 innings of eye-popping swings and snags? Plus fireworks that make your feet dance and your jaw drop. Oh yeah, and the guys have a dance of their own. A wind dance.
Party time at T-Mobile Park in the sunshine.
Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
On July 31st, the Mariners kick off a 9-game homestand at T-Mobile Park. And the fun gets started with 50 Seasons Fireworks Night presented by T-Mobile on Friday the 31st. Plus, don't miss epic giveaways like Aloha shirts on Saturday, August 1st, thanks to Fred Meyer. Get tickets and check out everything on deck at mariners.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Kind of got away from the Mariners yesterday. That is not how you want to finish a homestand, right? They set themselves up to win the second series, and you know, you go 4-2 at home. Okay, it wasn't perfect, but you win both series and you move on. Great. You sort of bounce back after, you know, where you were at. But splitting a homestand after going 1-5 on the road, especially against two lousy teams, and really the Giants and Reds have not been good this year, super frustrating. You get down early, you bounce back, you got a lead getting late in the game. You know, you got Bizzardo on the mound in the 7th, who's been really good this year. But
Bizzardo ready. Deals. Swung on, cracked right field, hit well. Danzone back, warning track wall looking up. It is gone. Just over the right field wall. 3-run home run, all-star Sal Stewart, and the Reds take the lead. It's 5-3.
That's a hard place to hit a home run.
Yeah.
Not just right field, but where he hit that to get his hands in and have the power on that ball above the zone. to drive that thing out. I knew he hit it well. I thought it was going to be a double off that wall out there, and instead it was gone. And the walk kind of comes back and bites you there. It was a walk the night before. Just some things that this staff especially just doesn't do. In an extraordinary way, they don't walk people. But, man, when they do, it can come back and get you, and it did, unfortunately, last night.
Yeah, frustrating. Bizzardo's been really good, so I'm not going to sit here and get on him. He's been awesome this year. His two-seamer's been great, but unfortunately just mistimed, and you end up losing that game. Despite some positive signs, it was good to see Naylor. He's got 5 hits in his last 2 games, so hopefully that's a sign of a breakout. Went the other way a couple of times, and he's hit some balls hard, so that's good news. Julio smoked another double, so that's 2 extra base hits in 2 days for Julio. Cal drives in a run. Like, those 3 guys need to get going, so hopefully there were some underlying signs, but you got to win games. Like, you're in the second half of this thing now, and you've put yourself behind the 8 ball. So you can make up for it. You're about to go to Texas after a day off today. You get 4 against the guys who are right now leading your division. You're only a half game back, so the division is on the line there. Then you head to L.A. to see the Dodgers. You want to make a statement. Beat the Dodgers on the road, and then come home for the Twins and Tigers. That's what the Mariners have coming up here leading into the trade deadline.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Get more info now on Nick Eamon-Worry. Kudos to Brady Henderson, who reported yesterday that he had a cleanup procedure on his ankle, Brock, after injuring it twice last season. He had it scoped about a month ago, or sometime earlier this month, I should say. Yeah. They had hoped to avoid surgery. It looked like eventually it wasn't going to happen, and so just get it done.
Yeah, I think you hypothesized on this 100% accurately as we kind of talked through it, and I kind of felt like, dang, if you knew, get it done earlier. And you said, well, maybe they didn't know, and kind of wanted to test it through the offseason, and he looked great. I mean, that was the other thing that was kind of perplexing about all of this is, holy cow, it mandatory minicamp, even the last couple days of it.
Hurting, right? Like, it's not that he could, like, what this sounds like to me, and I've just been sort of following this, is it hurt. So he had a choice. You can either get surgery now or try to, stay off it and rest and rehab and try to avoid surgery. But bear in mind, if that doesn't work, you're going to need surgery later. So he took the riskier, time-wise. And my guess is he could have played on this all year. That's my guess.
Yeah, along those lines is.
But it was hurting.
We kind of had the data through the offseason, and it just not 100%.
Right. Why not get it cleaned up now?
So let's go scan it. Let's go see what's going on in there. Because he did have a couple injuries, a high ankle and a low ankle with that. Let's just go see if we got something going on. If we got a calcium deposit, if we got a bone spur, if we got a loose
Better
body.
to deal
if we
with
got
that
something
now than have to wait. Like, what if you tried to play on it all through training camp, and now it's the end of training camp, and they're like, we got to scope the ankle. Like, what?
Yeah, no bueno.
Do it now. Make sure he's not going to miss any games, and kind of go from there. Doesn't feel that
Should it
serious.
limit his role in his growth and development?
A role? I hope not.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, they'll be reporting tomorrow night with or without Nick Eamon-Worry, with or without Zach Charbonnet. Both those guys are going to be on the PUP, but the team will be there, Brock, and they should be good. This should be as exciting a time as we can remember, right? There's as much hope for this team as any since 2014, probably more. Daniel Jeremiah explains.
They're not going to go 7 anytime. And to be honest with you, that might be the only Seahawks take that I've heard. Like, forget good or bad. Like, they might be the least discussed
Super Bowl winner,
Super Bowl champion in history. And it's not like this was a roster of like John Elway riding off into the sunset, and you're like, okay, well, now where do they go? Like, they have an aging roster, and they got one last ride. Like, this should be the beginning of their run. So that's been kind of bizarre to me. I don't know if that's just a Pacific Northwest thing or being in the same division with the Rams, who've made these splashy moves.
The answer to that is yes.
Yes, and it's a Sam Darnold thing. By the way, did you see the little thing on social last night? I think it was the Seahawks or Mariners, one of them, that put out the 3 QBs and A.J. Barner, who were all there for the first pitch the other night with the Lombardi, and they all had to show off their batting stance.
Oh.
How
did they look?
Charles, you can turn the music off. That's everything you need to know. It was so, here's a good word for you, emblematic of their personalities and whom each of them are.
Okay.
Did Sam go up there, pretty normal stance, and fake bunt twice?
Oh. You know what? I did see that, and I was like, what is happening? Why is that? I didn't even realize who it was. I just saw that there was somebody fake bunting. That was Sam?
That was Sam.
Oh.
What are we doing?
Come on, man.
And then Barner, of course, just swinging for the fences.
Obviously.
Jalen looked like he's never swung a bat. He didn't even do a swing.
Didn't he have the same problem trying to throw a couple of years ago?
He just kind of pounded. He kind of pounded the plate.
I've never done this. This is not who I am. Okay.
Yeah. And then Drew had the old. Who was the batter with the bat in front?
Franco, Julio Franco.
Julio Franco.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So he went all out.
Okay. Julio Franco. That is bringing it old school for sure. Wow.
Yeah. Let's get to football season, please.
Are you ready to not watch those guys keep doing that?
Yeah, I don't.
They should have put Mike out there. Remember, Mike had a really good swing when we saw him take batting practice.
Nice little golf swing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gray Zabel had a nice little swing.
Yes. Also true. Yes. Yep. True. All right. Well, we've been doing this every day, and we are only on to the 4th day of it. So we've got 16 more to go after today. But I think it's been very instructive. Started by going through each Seahawks game from last year. There were 20 of them, and they only lost 3, and we've already got one of those in the rearview mirror. So most of these days are super fun. You go through, how do they win these games? What was it? Because at the time, I don't think we expected that this was going to be the beginning of a Super Bowl run.
No, and this was their first national game, correct?
That is very true. Night. And I'll tell you what, if you want to know one of the reasons the Seahawks don't get like a ton of respect, it might be because the country saw a national game like this one. Stick around. We'll take you through it next on Brock and Salk.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, slaying like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it. Because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy, next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERPs, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Toyota of Kirkland is going all in on the Corolla Cross. This July, lease a 2026 Corolla Cross L for $319 a month for 36 months with just $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible dealership is worth seeing in person. And with this offer on the Corolla Cross, their fantastic team will set you up with the test drive, and you can drive it home the same day. Visit them in person today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends July 31st. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
Super Summer Weekend is here at LeMay, America's Car Museum. This Friday, Disney Pixar's movie Cars, drive-in theater style. Saturday, Carson Coffee Show and Family Steam Day with custom car tracks and hands-on fun. AmericasCarMuseum.org.
The idea of push-starting a boat just doesn't seem right to us here at Pacific Power Batteries. A marine battery should just plain work every time. Let us help you with selecting the right type of marine battery. Deep cycle, starting battery, AGM, or even lithium battery. You can start with our helpful hints on our website or just stop by and talk with us. Don't worry, you don't need to be a Marine to buy a battery from us. Get it? Marine batteries?
Pacific Power Batteries. Come into a business with a soul.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
What if I told you a local credit union is giving members up to $30 per month just to make everyday purchases? Dave Wyman here, and when I heard about the offer from Harborstone Credit Union, I said, sign me up. And that's what I did at harborstone.com/cash. You know, I'm not a tech-savvy guy, but opening a checking account was easy enough for me to figure out. I got my PNW Cashback checking account for free, no fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW Cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. My wife loves it when I get cash back on gas, groceries, coffee, travel, and lunch. All categories count towards your cash back. You can even tap to pay. If you live, work, or worship in the state of Washington, sign up for a membership with Harborstone Credit Union and get the PNW Cashback free checking account. Open your free account online like I did at harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest.
Insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, going through each Seahawks game from last year, Brock. We are, as of today, because we're 4 days into it, on to week 4. Their first, as you just said, their first national game of the year. It was a Thursday night football game, short week game against Arizona, and it had some of the markings of a short week. Those games can be a little sloppier. They're not always the prettiest to watch. This is kind of a weird game. They got up by 14 early. In watching the highlights last night, there were some really cool play designs. I thought some of those interesting runs where everything looks like it's going one way and then kind of counter back the other way. There were some really cool play action. A.J. Barner continues to show up in all of these games.
Charbonnet in the backfield. Darnold looking, just going to throw for the corner of the end zone. He's got a man. Touchdown, Seahawks. It's A.J. Barner, the tight end. Just literally ran away from Akeem Davis Gaither, the linebacker, to the far side of the end zone. And as Sam Darnold has done so often this season already, an absolutely perfect throw, 16 yards. The Seahawks are on the board.
Yeah, there's no doubt. That one was a dart. And Sam was pretty good, especially early in this game, kind of getting them to that lead. And the more I watch these games, the more I see A.J. Barner. He really does show up a lot.
Yeah, this was coming off of the absolute blowout, which you don't normally have in the NFL. I mean, just an uncompetitive game where they just destroyed the Saints in every phase of it, just absolutely destroyed them. And then they came out and they picked off Kyler early. They jump up 14-0. You're like, oh my gosh, are they going to embarrass these guys?
And it was a bad throw by Kyler. It was like a typical Kyler Murray, total overthrow late and high down the middle, right to Kobe. It was as if he was aiming to Kobe Bryant, except I know it's Kyler Murray, so he has no idea where the ball's going. But if he did, it would have been directly to Kobe Bryant, and then Ernest Jones got him also. This one wasn't as much as
both sides. Murray hits his back foot, throws inside. Harrison bobbles. Ball's picked off. Coming near side, it's Jones. He jumps over him, and he's still going. Midfield. And he is down in Arizona territory. And poor Marvin Harrison lets one bounce off his chest and into the arms of Ernest Jones, who makes the most of it, picks it off, and the Seahawks stop the Cardinals again. Seattle has the ball. Murray, his second interception tonight.
Poor Marvin, poor Murray, Steve. He counts on his record when it's right in his chest.
I know.
And yeah, Marvin.
That one was not his fault. I'm always quick to blame Kyler Murray because I don't like him. But that one was not his fault.
Yep.
That was just
scoring,
really
taking the
play.
ball away, winning the turnover margin on a Thursday night, coming out sharp. Yeah, and he kind of thought that this had the makings of another blowout.
Yeah.
And then it didn't.
No.
Because it's a division game on a Thursday and on the road, which is even more difficult to do, and give Arizona some credit. They came back and ran it a little bit.
They came back. They were able to score a couple touchdowns late. They ended up tying it and then not going for two, which may or may not have been a mistake. I don't think that it would have changed the game all that much. So I would actually argue they probably did the right thing in that moment. But the Seahawks get the ball back. And they wait, as they did so often last year, not just that their special teams did good things, they allowed a lot of the other special teams to really hurt.
Screw it up.
Yeah, and that's what the Cardinals did here. Their kicker didn't put the ball in the landing box, which meant that the Seahawks got the ball at the 40. So all you need to do is go at that point, 25 yards maybe, in order to kick a game-winning field goal. It was one incomplete pass. Then this one to JSN.
Darnold from the shotgun takes the snap. Here comes the rush. Darnold throws back shoulder. It's JSN. Makes the catch inside the Arizona 40. Perfect pass by Darnold.
Yeah, once you do that, it's one run and then a 52-yard field goal for the win.
1 second's been put back on the clock, so 4 seconds left. 52-yarder. Myers from the left hash mark. Chris Stoll does the snapping. Michael Dixon puts it down. Jason Myers, the kick is on the way. And the kick is up. And the kick is good. And the Seahawks win the game. They beat NFC West foe, the Arizona Cardinals, on the final play of the game. And what a roar from the crowd. So many 12s here tonight. And Seattle saves this victory.
The Red Sea.
23-20 over the Arizona Cardinals.
Parted once again, Brock. So sad for them.
How much is Kyler Murray? Tito told us yesterday, right? He was excited to get to the NL Central, get away from the coasts and all the money and everything else, and it's not gone great. How excited is Kyler to get out of the NFC West? I don't have to deal with those Seahawks, and he couldn't beat them. I mean, just could not.
I mean, he's going to deal with a pretty good Chicago team, pretty good Detroit team.
Their defense isn't great. Detroit's
no, but
okay.
I mean, there's some pretty good teams in that division. It's not like it's going to be super easy. Green Bay,
better offenses than defenses in some ways.
Well, I'm sure he'll have no problems trying to match them because once he needs to really throw for a lot of yards, I'm sure he won't throw any picks or make any mistakes like that. Seahawks special teams helps them win another game. They weren't the only reason, not nearly as big as the week before, but it was, it's fascinating to watch. Again, some of the foreshadowing and what they learned along the way. What did they learn out of this game? Because this was not a pretty game. It was sort of an ugly one. They learned how to sort of what not to do, how to put a team away, right? They did not put that Arizona team away. When they played them the second time, they did not let the foot off the gas the way they did the first time, as we remember. They blew their doors off, and they did that to a whole bunch of teams down the stretch. They were much better. Not perfect. It's the NFL. It's really hard to step on a team's throat. They're probably going to find a way to at least give it one last gasp. But I think they did a much better job after this game of stepping on teams' throats and actually, pulling away late when they needed to.
If my memory serves me right, I think it was probably after the Tennessee game, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was just
similar.
this.
Yep. Tennessee, you were up a couple scores.
You're not going to do it perfectly, but
then there's a fluky third down conversion.
I think they learned a little something about it against Arizona, and they learned how to have a late game drive. Right, this went away from them in game one. They had a chance, and unfortunately, Sam fumbled. And in this one, all they needed was a first, basically one pass to JSN, and they were in field goal range in order to get it done. So we asked Mike, okay, what did you learn about your team? What have you learned about them so far?
We're tough. We're connected. We're a good football team. We can be a great team. We've got a lot of room for growth. And so I feel like, kind of like we talked about after the New Orleans games, like we're excited about where we're at, but we're definitely not satisfied where we're at. And we got the guys for the job that can, go make this thing happen. So, but it's critical for us to maintain this, like the stacking wins mentality of like, we got to keep stacking these things because the rest of the league's growing too. And we saw at this point last year, we lost that a little bit. And so we got to stay with our foot on the gas and like this is actually, it's great that we have these 3 days to like hang out with our families, which would be cool. But also like, it's really important for us to understand what we're doing well, where are opportunities to grow, what are we not doing well, how do we get things fixed, what's our approach in some of these situations. You can kind of take a little bit of a step back and take a bigger picture, what's going on in the league. So it's a cool opportunity here. It's kind of like a mini bye.
We're a good team. We might have a chance to be a great team.
Mm-hmm. We're tough and we're connected.
Mm-hmm.
And you're 3-1 at that point. So in the old NFL world where it was so much easier, 16 games and not 17 to divide them up into the first quarter, second quarter, everything else, you were 3-1 after that win in the division. And if I remember my co-host well, and I think I do remember him pretty darn well after all these years, that was an important one because you judged Sam Darnold getting it done at the end.
Yeah. Of course.
Like, Sam Franny didn't get it done. Sam Franny fumbled. Sam Franny made a mistake.
Absolutely.
And, you can make all these throws and all these stats and all these numbers and all these things in Minnesota you did the year before and winning 14 games and all this production. But this is a league where it is, what do you do at the end of the game?
Yep.
What do you do to put together that drive when your team needs it?
And they did. Good
and
on
they did
him.
in that one.
Absolutely. It is also, Brock, one of the beginnings of when we started to really campaign for our guy, Leonard Williams.
You're right. And he doesn't get enough love nationally. He doesn't. I know teams respect the heck out of him. I mean, without getting all the trade inside football here, like teams account for him. And it's very obvious on that they do that. And just we had similar conversations as last year started to unfold is, okay, now how are you going to react as teams start making a focal point and part of their game plan? And I think he's had growth in just his mentality and his approach going into that where he can stay as productive as he is while they're, making him a main focal point of what they're doing. So he's playing great football right now. Again, if he was sitting right here, he would tell you that there's another level he can go to. I believe that. But the guy, game wrecker is a great way to describe him. He definitely deserves more love. I have a hard time thinking there's another defensive lineman playing better than him right now in the league.
Well, there isn't, as it turns out. There was no other defensive lineman playing better in the league than him. He was the number one defensive lineman in the league this year.
You heard from Ray Roberts last hour talk about what he loved of his favorite coaches and what he's seen from John Benton on that side, offensive line-wise.
Mm-hmm.
And you heard the word empower at least 3 or 4 times in that half hour. Coaches that empower their players. And Dirty is going to be, interviewed already and going to be on a short list as this defense continues to thrive. And I think if you chatted with each of those players individually and collectively, they would say, oh, yeah, this dude just empowers us. And he puts it in our hands. And I think what Leonard learned over the course of that year, even early into it, is like, yeah, there's going to be times where I'm just going to have to take 2. And guess what, Byron Murphy? Go eat. Guess what, DeMarcus? Go eat. Guess what, Jaron? Go eat. I'll take 2. Right? I'll take that one. Right? Like a hitter that passes the baton.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take that curveball off my ribs and get on first base and pass the baton to you. Now you go finish. And time and again, as that season evolved, man, that front was just...
Yeah, I thought it was interesting hearing him say there that Leonard was learning how to deal with being the guy, right? With learning how to deal with teams focused on him and game planning for him.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, he figured it out over the course of the year.
Well, and they did too, because what did you see them do? And you saw it the year before, because he's got the skill set and the versatility to do
Move
it.
him around.
Yeah, you move him around. He's going to play the 1, the 3, the 5, the 9. Just move him all like a piano up and down that keyboard. And he's got all the tools, kind of, again, back to a point Ray made about O-linemen.
Mm-hmm.
Not every one of them has every tool in their tool bag. Leonard Williams is a D lineman. He's got every tool in his bag. You want length? Check. You want explosiveness? Check. You want to get off at the line of scrimmage? Check. You want power? Check. You want feel and instincts and spatial awareness? Check. Like he's got it all. And I think why those executives around the league recognized it and put him at the very top. Hey, quick question as he was talking about stacking wins. Do we know when that spear with the helmets started? Was that there from the jump?
I think it was, but I don't know.
They took the hoop out,
right?
Unbolted that sucker, and did that like totem of helmets go up right away?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Right.
I'm sorry.
You
can find out do some digging, Brock, like Brady did yesterday on all of the Nick Eamon stuff. Do some digging if you wouldn't mind, and see if you could come up with some answers. So tomorrow we will be on to week 5. Not going to be a good one, unfortunately. Their second to last loss of the year to Tampa Bay. You may remember this one well, although maybe you don't. Maybe you were focused on the Mariner playoff game, which was to start just a couple of minutes after that game, right? Wasn't that the day they had both here at the same time?
I think it was.
Yeah, I think it was. Just looking at the date, it was October 5th. So, yeah, that was the big Sunday where everything was happening in Soto at the same time. So that was the background. They had a little extra time off. They took on Tampa Bay at home, and we'll go through that one tomorrow. Not sure what time. Maybe at 8? I don't know. Maybe at 9 because we're going to do open phones. We got to figure all that out. Hey, to switch gears, thank you. We'll be doing that every single day for the next 3 weeks, going through each Mariner game just to remember and celebrate a tremendous season. But also, I find it pretty instructive to see all of the things that we learned about the team throughout the year that we didn't necessarily understand fully at the time. I was going through some sound over the last couple of days of people that have been on the station, and one thing jumped out to me. I'm going to switch gears here and talk some Mariners. It's where we started the show, and I think it's where we're going to end it. It's a really frustrating time to be a Mariner fan, whether that is because they're testing your faith, whether it is because they've embarrassed you, because at times, maybe like me, you've said, oh, I think I really see. Oh, no, I guess not. And that's embarrassing. It hurts. Like it stinks when you feel like something and then it just doesn't, and you feel stupid for buying in, right? Like, oh my God, I thought this was going to be the launching point, and instead they came right back like a yo-yo. Like it just really, really frustrated, like a boomerang. So I was looking through this, and I'm not entirely sure what to make of this, but I'll play you the sound, Brock, and you can decide how relevant and important you think it is. This is from the beginning of the week. It's Ryan Rowland Smith, I believe, on with Wyman and Bob, and he was talking on, I think must have been Tuesday, it was Monday, about seeing Gino Suarez on the field, right? And just looking across there and seeing Gino, seeing, good vibes only and the whole thing. And this is what Ryan said.
There was a lack of better terms, like a good vibe to this team. And I just feel like something's missing. Like it's tough, man, when you have your guy who 60 home runs or not. But when you have a guy, Cal Raleigh, who's having just and I say this with all due respect, but a historically rough season from what he did last year, it's tough because you're looking at that, your star player and your guy who touches on so many different parts of the roster in regards to the pitching, offense, chemistry in the clubhouse.
He sort of changed gears halfway through, right, and ended up kind of making it about Cal. But just that first thing, I saw Gino Suarez, and it made him think about how the clubhouse has just felt a little off this year.
A little glitchy.
Has it felt off?
Yeah.
Is that the right word for it?
Well, it's felt, kind of glitchy. There's just like a little glitch. The team kind of, I think you would characterize it. It's just like a little glitch. Like it should be humming. It should be going. It's just something. It's like a stupid microwave and dishwasher right now. Is it that, or is it my the electron? Like what's wrong? Why do I have to unplug it and plug it back in to start the dishwasher? Something's just not quite plugged in. And I think there's certainly excuses and explanations. I mean, think how many people have been through the turnstile of that clubhouse this year, through injuries and ups and downs and guys coming. Like it's just been. Maybe not the starting rotation. They've been the same group.
Yeah.
But outside of that, it has just been, what's your name again?
Yeah,
Weston?
maybe.
Buddy?
Yeah, maybe.
What's your name?
That's funny. I didn't really go in that direction. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I feel like they had a lot of
And
guys.
then you have young guys, Salk, trying to find their way.
Well, that
and
is
you've elevated
yep.
Colts, and he's really struggling right now. And
Yeah.
he, too, is trying to find his way.
I was pulling some of those numbers.
The numbers are really ugly.
They're really ugly. What was it? 3 for his last 20, 3 for his last 24.
And
I think
early,
it is.
right? And early, it was the hands, it was the power, it was the home runs, it was the doubles.
Yeah, he's hitting under 190, and it's trending in the wrong direction. The OPS is dropping, the power is dropping. He managed to help them win a game with his great defense on this homestand and a pretty good bunt. But yeah, I think there's got to be a question. It doesn't mean my answer to it right now is get rid of the guy and send him back down. But you got to be looking at it and saying, how much longer can you go with Colts, at the bottom of the lineup, giving you nothing when the team just unfortunately isn't hitting. So yeah, there is some youth. That is a part of it. I kind of went to a couple of other places, although I think you're right about that. I'd like to add what you said to kind of where my mind went. I'm not trying to disagree. I would say, I'm still uncomfortable with we're a World Series team in spring training. Mm-hmm. And that is still, to me, there's a level of pressure that is anathema to playing baseball that was put on the team by themselves by really trying to embrace that. And I guess I just always more comfortable with, hey, you know what? It's a long season, and hopefully, obviously, that's our goal. But it's a long season, and there's so much that's got to play its way out.
A little bit of what
between now
Tito
and
said
then.
yesterday when I asked him, "Do you know if you have a World Series team?"
Right. He's like, "No,
you just don't." I mean, you've got some good places, and you like the tools in that tool bag of your roster.
There's
and all
no
the
way
different ways.
he knew that. I was around that 07 team. There's no way he knew that was a World Series team until they won the World Series. There's no way. That team was down 3-1 to Cleveland in the ALCS, and it's all of a sudden caught fire and won 7 straight. You don't know. Mm-hmm. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow in this game. But I don't know. That was always, it felt, not that it's impossible for anyone to carry that weight, but this team has consistently struggled with expectations and has always felt a lot more comfortable once everyone gives up on them. Yep. And so I don't know that I understand why it happened, but it was always a little uncomfortable. Yep. And the Randy and Cal thing has always felt uncomfortable, whether you blame Cal or blame Randy or whatever. It felt like it went on longer than it needed to. Should Cal have shaken his hand? Sure, maybe. Should Randy have used the words he did in that? No, of course not. That doesn't happen. Mm-hmm. And so obviously that creates an awkwardness. I don't know how they feel afterwards. I know how I would feel. If I'm Cal, even if I feel like I'm right, every time I'm around a person that has said those things about me, I'm a little uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. I just don't act, and I'm not able to play as loose and free as I want to. Mm-hmm. And I can't tell you that that's been a problem for Cal this year. I have no idea. I can tell you only that if it were me, it would be a problem for me. Having a teammate work in the next room who I felt like truly hated me, that would be hard for me. Mm-hmm. Right? And I don't know that Cal feels that Randy truly hates him. I'm just putting myself into this story since I've had coworkers that truly hate me. It's really hard. I might have some now. It is hard when there are people around you that you feel like, have an issue. Yep. And so I think that those two things have been, an issue. I had one third thing, and I don't know whether this is the case. This is more of a question for you.
All right.
And it's not even just a Mariners question, just a question in general. Do you think a team can be together too long?
I think that's different by sport.
Okay.
The Bulls had no problem being around a long time, right? I mean, there was basically Kerr and Jordan and Pippen and those guys. There were a few pieces that moved around. But New England, I mean, a lot of that core was around. So I think baseball
except it turned over. I mean, like the group that won with Brady late was nothing like the group that won with them early.
3, and
but
then
that was in 4 years. Yeah, I think a group can be together 3-4 years. But is there a time at which you just kind of get sick of being around the same people? I don't know. Maybe not. And this group seems to really like each other. Do I think Cal and Logan are sick of each other? No. I'm not trying to even put that on the Mariners.
Right.
It was just a thought that popped into my head as I was watching them the other day. I was like, man, these guys have all been around each other a long time. Mm-hmm. I wonder if that's good or not.
Yeah.
It might be. Honestly, you get to know each other so well, and there's so much trust built in.
Yeah.
But when
Just my
things
gut
aren't
reaction.
going as well as
Sure.
you want, it was at least a question that popped into my mind.
Yeah, my gut reaction would be, especially in baseball, and you see it with these pitchers, and like, man, they're all independent contractors tied together through their uniform and sport and team and everything else, and really you just want success for your brother next to you. Like, that's when I would worry, is like, oh, they've been together too long, and that guy wants to get paid, and that guy wants to get paid, and that guy da-da-da-da.
It doesn't feel that way at all.
It doesn't feel
no,
that
and
way.
I'm not suggesting that. I just wonder what it's like to be together for as long as
I think
they have
Ryan
been.
hits it right on the head, right? What is your whole thing about the simplest thing is maybe the thing right in front of you?
Yeah.
Cal's really struggling, man. Cal was, you've said this over and over and over, right? It's just like he's your best player. He hit 60 home runs. He did something never seen before. And it's brutal to watch your captain. He's also your captain, right? He also is kind of the tip of the spear with the
Did you
pitching
see
staff.
it yesterday? Yeah, I mean, maybe that's why, another reason why yesterday kind of felt a little bit more, I don't know, why I feel a little more negative today than I thought I would after a loss.
Slams his bat
See,
down
and I'm not mad at Cal for doing that. Like,
Sure.
yeah, okay, you're
Let
super
it out.
frustrated. If anything,
Let it out.
yeah, exactly. But that he is that frustrated.
Shout.
I remember back when we
It speaks
back
to
in
him.
the Scott Service days of him saying that like when guys are going through that kind of struggle, it's hard for them to, even if they were a vocal leader, to
Mhm.
still be that.
Yeah.
They feel like they have to take a step back. I think that's different than other sports. Like I think if you're a hockey player who's not doing as well or a football player, there's still that kind of I earned this right to be a vocal leader, but it seems like in baseball that's a little bit different. So yeah, I
Yeah, you
think
can go take
when
it out on your
when Cal
opponent.
was such a huge
Yeah.
part of your leadership, if he's taken a step back because of the way he's playing, that's an issue.
Absolutely. And you can usually find a way, as long as you're a hard worker, as long as you've got something established, you're a hard worker, I think you can still have the right to speak up. But
it's harder.
Yeah, it does get more challenging.
In basketball, you get to go play defense. In football, you get to go hit somebody. In hockey, you get to go knock somebody out. In baseball, you get to slam your bat in the ground.
570 says, Salk, how do you even come to work every day? Your entire audience doesn't like you. Thanks.
Hey, Salk.
Appreciate that.
Who's the
Nice.
Mariner player that walks
Thank you.
around the clubhouse naked?
Oh, that would be Victor Robles. The person who sent that in wanted to actually pass on the credit that they didn't write the joke. It went to John. It should go to John Town, a.k.a.
John Town.
Salmon Slayer.
Salmon Slayer.
Salmon Slayer John Town wrote the Victor Robles joke.
Way to nail it, Salmon Slayer.
Nice job, buddy. Well done. All right, we got to go. Tomorrow, Buster
Busy
only
day.
at
Busy
7:30. G. Scott will run through our week. We'll go through that loss to Tampa. We got open phone lines.
Janet will be weighing
I'm not
in.
even going to prep. Our whole day is essentially done. No, I will. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 6. Until then, the hay.
Barn.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Stick around for Bumpin' Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it. Because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Les Schwab Tires has been proudly serving communities for over 70 years, and we've collected thousands of inspiring stories. Like Kate, who was off on a long road trip with her best friend when the dash lit up like a game show. They find the nearest Les Schwab. Turns out they really needed an oil change. It was done in a flash. Road trip saved. At Les Schwab, we're proud to keep you rolling. Les Schwab Tires. Our greatest story is yours. Stories are composites inspired by real customer feedback.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Dave Wyman here. Fast Water Heater has kept our water warm since 1986. That's just before my rookie year. Now they're a part of Fast Home Services, applying that same standard of excellence to your whole house. Plumbing, heating, cooling, electrical, the name you trust to keep your family comfortable, safe, happy, and healthy. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to book your free in-home estimate or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds for water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
America's favorite car show returns to Puyallup. Cruise on out for the good guys' 38th Griot's Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals. 3 huge days with over 3,000 classics from across the country. Check out the indoor car show and special areas. Vendor Midway Automotive Swap Meet, live music, Saturday night twilight cruising, and more. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center. Details at good-guys.com.
Longer days, warmer weather, and a stronger you all start at Top Fitness. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and right now, check out the Top Fitness Big Sale in all 3 of their stores. Every category is on sale. Home gyms, weight plates, dumbbells, treadmills, and stair climbers like I've got. Great deals on display models, too. Have a home gym that needs some help? Get your rubber flooring and all the accessories you need. Get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696.